got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa. Nigerians aspire for the fruits of democracy to manifest in quality infrastructure and investment in human capital development. According to the reviewed National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, Nigeria needs an investment of $2.3 trillion over the next 30 years to close its public infrastructure deficit. The current administration under President Bola Tinubu grapples with a huge debt burden. Nigeria's public debt stock, which includes external and domestic debt, stood at 121.67 trillion naira in first quarter of 2024. Driven by the need to fulfill citizens' desires, the federal government focuses on enhancing revenue generation by creating a conducive environment for business growth. Against this backdrop, examining the tax reform bills, also known as the new tax bill, becomes necessary. In an endeavor to establish a cohesive fiscal framework governing taxation in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu introduced and presented the tax reform bills to the National Assembly in October 2024, an amalgamation of 4 distinct bills. The tax reform bills consisting of the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Bill 2024, Nigeria Revenue Service Bill 2024, Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2024, and Nigeria Tax Bill 2024 currently have passed the second reading stage in the Senate. This is aimed at overhauling the country's fiscal policies. The reform focuses on value-added tax, VAT adjustments, corporate tax restructuring, a tax tribunal with statutory responsibilities to settle disputes, and targeted incentives for medium and small-sized enterprises, technology, and manufacturing. The goal is clear: to simplify the tax system, increase government revenue, and stimulate growth.
Many of the laws that we have in Nigeria today around taxation we inherited from our colonial masters. For example, the stamp duty law is a law of 1939. In 1939, the world had not envisaged that there would be the internet. Trying to apply a law of 1939 in 2024 does not show that we are people that are ready for the next generation. Because of this, we decided that instead of amending our old laws that we inherited from the colonial masters, why don't we write new ones for ourselves? And this has been done in many countries across the world. This is what led to us trying to harmonize so many taxes that we have in Nigeria into few high revenue yielding, broad-based taxes, and eliminate those taxes that impose burden on our poorest people and small businesses, so they can have the opportunity to thrive. It is when our people are prosperous that you have the ability to pay taxes. We do not want to tax capital anymore. We do not want to tax investments. We do not want to tax poverty. Of course, we do not want to tax seed. We will wait and tax the fruits when people have invested and they are making prosperity.
Let's briefly delve into the provisions of the new tax reform bills. The bills propose a change to the distribution of value-added tax, VAT. It recommends 10% for the federal government, 55% for state, and 35% for local government councils. It also increases the derivation reflected in the allocation distribution among states and local governments from 20% to 60% in the spirit of fairness. The reform bills advocate zero VAT on exports and essentials such as food, education, healthcare, renewable energy, rent, and public transportation. Addressing the needs of Nigerian workers, the bill provides an exemption from personal income tax for employees earning 800,000 naira and below annually. Other beneficiaries of this exemption include low-income households. To make the business climate more favorable, particularly for small businesses, the bill proposes a tax exemption of 50 million naira annual turnover for small businesses, doubling the 25 million naira turnover earlier recommended by the Taiwo Oyedele-led Presidential Committee for Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. This section of the bill also grants tax relief to small businesses with total assets of 250 million naira, broadening the scope of beneficiaries. This serves as an economic stimulus for vital economic sectors and enables growth. To tackle the issue of multiple taxation, the bill proposes a reduction in the current company income tax to be implemented in two phases: 27.5% in 2025 and 25% in 2026. Furthermore, the bill introduces a 4% development levy payable until 2029. Subsequently, by 2030, the development levy will decrease to 2%, designated solely for the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. As a result, the new tax bill phases out the 2.5% education tax, 0.25% National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure tax, and 1% National Information Technology Development levy, aiming to consolidate the various taxes and levies companies pay. The new tax bill emphasizes the importance of registering and utilizing tax identification number TIN to improve tax compliance and data collection. The bill serves as an update to tax laws reflecting current developments. It addresses the rise of digital businesses and emerging sectors, ensuring tax provisions align
with modern economic activities to help enhance government revenue. Regarding tax administration, the bill seeks to enhance compliance and improve coordination between FIRS and state tax authorities. Reducing redundancies and strengthening enforcement will increase revenue generation at lower collection costs. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses thrive.
After Nigeria, in West Africa, the second lowest VAT rate is 15%. Okay? It's weird that in Nigeria we want the best of everything as long as we don't have to pay taxes. Across the developed world, there are countries where people pay as much as 18, 20, 25% tax, even in Africa, VAT. So it's a welcome development. And of course, while you look at, the percentage in and of itself, I think what you should also look at is that while VAT is going up, many goods have been exempted from paying VAT. So if you're buying food items from the shelves now, there's a VAT component. Going forward, the VAT component will be removed. The same thing for medicines and healthcare and a lot of other things. And of course, considering the fact that now that the companies that are paying VAT are currently paying education tax, paying cybersecurity levy, paying a whole lot of other things. So by the time you pull out a lot of these components from the taxes they are paying, yes, VAT will go up, but as an aggregate, taxes could actually go down. I also understand that there's a portion, especially if you're investing in infrastructure, of your VAT that you get to reclaim because you are spending it on things that will be around in the country for a long run. But really, moving the VAT from 7 to 15% is in line with global best practices.
For example, in terms of our own operation, we have a lot of taxes that is coming from the federal, coming from the state, even from the local government. So I'm of the opinion that implementation of this tax reform will eventually streamline the whole process of bringing every tax administration into a singular format. And also imagine that you are having all different manners of taxations. People coming to our company today, they are from local government, other people are from state, then from federal. So if we have a uniform tax administration, I think it's only just natural that seamless process we definitely address a whole lot of issues. So for me, the time of me attending to someone from local government, attending to someone from the state, someone from the federal government would have actually be diverted into a more productive activity within my operations.
Despite their potential benefits, the reforms have sparked heated debates. Some critics of the tax reform bills cite inadequate consultation with critical stakeholders as a reason for their opposition. Other challengers argued that the bills have the tendency to create fiscal crisis in some states and further impoverish Nigerians. A major contentious part of the bill is the section dealing with VAT distribution. Governors of the 19 northern states, traditional rulers and stakeholders from the region have voiced concerns about the distribution of VAT based on derivation.
VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Zulum expressed that VAT provisions in the bill would only benefit Lagos and River states. Zulum advised the federal government to take a pause and expunge some of the clauses which it claims are inimical to the North. Responding to Northern Governor's opposition to the proposed VAT sharing formula, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, says the misconception about the proposal to increase VAT shared to states from 20% to 60% is based on the erroneous understanding that the proposed 60% would be based on the current remittance model of derivation with the headquarters effect. He clarified that the proposal is 60% based on the consumption model of derivation.
There's a whole lot of politics around the conversation on what VAT should be. The northern elders and leaders are well aware that this reform is good for the national interest. And I think what people really should have focused on is not to argue about the current state of things. People should be focused on going forward. How is the northern state going to industrialize in the face of the challenge that the economy generally or globally is facing? Why is this suspicion? The suspicion is because Lagos is industrialized. Lagos is industrialized because they have created an ecosystem for businesses to prosper. And this is what should be replicated in all the states of the Federation, so there should be no fear. Now, we are not changing the revenue allocation formula for the consolidated revenue account. That's not changing. It's only VAT, which is just supplementary to the normal sharing formula. I think everybody should really be consoled. For us, it's a progressive move, and I think Nigeria need this. We've talked about, people talk about how to redefine our federation for too long, but I think these are the definite move that actually will portray us as federation and not a unitary state.
So many people have actually been clamoring for adjustments and changes in the tax system, because the basis for which these existing tax structures were formed, Nigeria has actually moved beyond those levels and beyond those stages. So they are no longer favorable to the present economic situation of the country. You can imagine someone that earns a minimum salary of about 800,000 per annum is still paying about 80-something thousand, which we may say a kind of minimum tax to a personal person, not even talking about company now. And even with the present tax system, a company that does not make profit is even paying tax. I totally agree with the new reform that is actually ongoing. So the fiscal policy of the government, which is based on this reform, is to, in a way, address it. Let me give you an instance. The income tax relief for low earners. So, like the existing one, if you are earning 800K as your minimum, you are paying 1% on that. But with this new reform, 800 and below, you are not paying tax, you are exempted. Is that not a relief?
In the same vein, Oyedele says there is a need for urgency in the passage of the tax reform bills to provide relief for businesses and Nigerians who are experiencing multi-dimensional poverty, stating that the Finance Act will become null and void once the tax reform is enacted. The draft of the tax reform bill was framed by a team led by Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. President Tinubu inaugurated the committee in August 2023 and tasked it with improving fiscal governance, simplifying the tax system, and enhancing economic growth. According to the leader of the 10th Senate, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, the new tax bill reflects the present administration's commitment to equity, efficiency, and sustainable development. The tax reform bill has scaled second reading at the National Assembly and is now before the Senate Committee on Finance for more stakeholder engagement. Ultimately, it is hoped that what is right for Nigeria's fiscal future and economy prevails.
The Nigerian Exchange Group plc, NGX Group, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and other market operators, organized a series of engaging events aimed at promoting financial literacy and empowering retail investors. These activities highlighted the growing importance of technology and sustainability in modern finance, aligning with the 2024 theme, Technology, Digital Finance and Sustainable Finance. The week kicked off with a financial literacy seminar at Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, hosted by the NGX Group and the Financial Literacy Technical Committee of SEC. Hundreds of students eager to learn about the fundamentals of investing participated in the training. The NGX had a retail investor clinic where practical insights were provided to capital market strategies from industry experts. Over 200 participants, including the representatives from institutions like Nigerian Higher Education Foundation, the University of Lagos, and GFA Technologies attended. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, highlighted the importance of investor protection and regulatory oversight in fostering trust.
No matter what investments you do in this market, we've got your back. We've got your back, and as such, what we'll work with is transparency and integrity. We are bringing value back to this market. We are not only doing that by talking, we're implementing new regulations, and we are also bringing into this space technology, which is your next of kin. Like I said yesterday somewhere else, that the phones you now have, the Android phones, are now your next of kin.
The Group Managing Director and CEO of NGX Group, Temi Popola, speaking on behalf of the Group Chairman of NGX Group, Alhaji Umaru Kwaringa, stressed the group's leadership in using technology to drive sustainable finance and innovation. CEO of NGX, Jude Chiemeka, reiterated the importance of investor education.
And for us, it is something that we're very passionate about, where we're asking ourselves how we can support our subsidiary companies, our associate companies, and just use our convening power to bring this subject of technology to the table. And I think that if we go back maybe over the last 3-4 months or so in our capital markets, we see this revolution, frankly speaking. We've seen it now a lot in the primary market side of things. And there are two areas that we're spending a lot of time now to think about. One is, as the DG spoke, you would have seen that he was speaking about very different asset classes and how our market needs to go away from being seen as a mono asset class, equities, and being seen as a multi-asset class. And you can imagine that as the SEC continues this charge, we as market, sort of operators have this responsibility. So on our side, we constantly think through how to use technology to aggregate across all of these products and the like.
So it's important that we begin to look at the capital market really for what it is. It has the ability to really catapult your investment. So it's not just about savings. You have to invest your savings in order to build wealth that you can transfer.
The Ring the Bell for Financial Literacy ceremony at NGX brought together SEC officials, market leaders, and key stakeholders in a joint commitment to advancing financial literacy. The week-long activities, executed in collaboration with partners from the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers (CIS) and the Association of Securities and Dealing Houses of Nigeria (ASHON), demonstrated a collective effort to create a more informed, resilient, and empowered retail investor community. Lavina Emma, reporting for Souq News Television.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core, then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral.
It's another day for us to shape policy, for us to inspire change on the front burners on Souq News TV. I'm Blessing AG. Today happens to be World Radio Day, and it is celebrated because of the role radio plays in shaping society. Good news is that the Isle 104.9 FM is here to shape business, economy, and development in Africa. I have my co-host here with me as always because I do not like to fly solo. Because it's better when three heads come together and discuss an issue, then that change has a better chance of happening. Dr. Dausa Osamanze is here. Also, Priya Krumale is in the studio. Good morning, sir.
Good Nigeria people out there, it's another day. By the special grace of the Almighty God, we will get him better.
Okay, good news.
Blessing, blessing, blessing. Good
morning. Yes, please. When people call my name like that, the next thing is a check. How much do you want? Please bring the check.
It's a word, actually.
Okay.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Pray.
Nice to see you.
I understand. Tomorrow is Friday.
Yes. Very glad.
Yes. So that check should come in time.
So let's just keep the fingers crossed
and see what happens.
See what Pray is able to pull off.
I hope it's not tea, Sha. I don't drink tea.
It's a convention for us to take tea in the morning.
All right, the first segment of the show, as you know, if you've been following, if this is your first time, is the news headlines. So we'll take a look at some stories that have made the headlines and provide perspective on them. So the first one is that a tax reform bill has scaled second reading in the House of Representatives 6 months after President Tinubu transmitted it to the National Assembly in 2024. Recall that bill has been a subject of contention because there have been divided opinions as to the provisions of the bill. First, it was the northern leaders raising eyebrows to say, hey, what's happening regarding the VAT sharing formula as provided by that bill? But right now, it has passed second reading at the House of Representatives. Doc, it was a contentious moment even as the House deliberated over the bill before they came to a consensus and consolidated the 4 bills which comprise of the tax bill into one and then passed it for second reading.
Well, it's not hitting us by surprise. And if you remember some few weeks ago, Yedlin has said that before this quarter ends, that bill will be signed into law by the president, and it was so determined. It's also good to see that you are having a president who understands how politics works. I usually say to people, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that you're having a politician become the president. And so he knows how to work his way around institutions and without creating unnecessary uproars or difficulties, and then have his way in the things that he said to do. And I think we must say kudos to the president and, of course, the leadership of National Assembly, who are also determined to see Nigerian work, especially at this point in time. That bill for us is one bill that we don't need to wish away on the altar of politics, because what we currently use are colonial instruments. And this is the first time Nigeria is taking a very serious review of its tax policies. And I think we should just allow it to stay.
Pray?
Okay. I looked at the what I call it, the mild, it's not mild anyway, but the debate in the House of Representatives. And it is still obvious from the inception of the bill, the two divide that has been contending for the straightening of some sections in the bill. That contention is still on, though in a subtle way, not as it was when the bill came to the fore. And when I looked at that, I saw some details that sometimes it's good to look at. Some members of House of Representatives are asking for definition and interpretation clause in the bill, because they felt without or the absence of that clause in the bill will be misleading and could lead some of the stakeholders to believe something wrongly, which they feel should be straightened out, and the interpretation. They were asking for the definition of derivation. So we were seeing instances where honorable members are asking, is it derivation by generation, or is it derivation by consumption? And I was looking at, this is an intellectual argument, but of course it's leading somewhere, money. That's where it's leading to. It's leading to allocation and who is on the receiving side of this allocation. Well, I want to go with Doc said earlier, what Doc said earlier on. He said you cannot completely discountenance or remove politics or politicking from this issue and from this matter, including what is being discussed in the bill. And I'm glad that the president is a politician, not just a politician, but also a businessman who was involved in several negotiations when it comes to deals. And I'm really hoping that he will see it through to the end and to the objective meaning working for the good of Nigerian people generally.
I think that the consensus of the Governors Forum was instrumental to this passage of the bill to second reading. If that had not been done, if there was no agreement regarding the VAT sharing formula, I think it would have been a rancor situation at the House of Reps. But because there had been an agreement regarding how it should be shared, 50% on equality, 30% on derivation, and 20% based on population. So that had already sort of appeased those who were against that provision of the bill, where 60% initially was proposed based on derivation and based on consumption. So where the northern leaders had objections to it. So because that part was the major contention of the tax reform bill, that part had been settled by the Governors Forum. I think it was just easy for the House of Reps to deliberate over other aspects of it and then move on. But I think it's a success for the bill. Now that it has passed second reading, we should see some significant progress towards the passage of that bill. And maybe just by the projection of the chairman of the Presidential Task Force on Fiscal Reforms and Tax Matters, we just get to see that that bill eventually gets passed by the first quarter. And let's hope that small businesses, which for me is one key thing that I admire about the bill, the provisions for small businesses, the tax exemptions, and how that scope has been broadened to include businesses as high as 50, who earn as high as 250 million naira. So I think we should begin to see the effect of the tax bill, maybe by the third quarter of the year, becoming visible.
Yeah, but I just think beyond what the governors had done is the fact that we live in an environment where we like to consistently duplicate efforts. The Presidential Committee on the Tax Reform did a very huge consultation even before the bills were sent to the National Assembly. So it was not that somebody wrote it and put it down. There were huge stakeholder engagement from state to state. But I just feel that somehow, while people are talking about the ease of doing business, how do we allow the seeds that are planted to grow so we can eat the fruit, which of course is the mantra of this administration, that there should not be need to tax the seed. So people eat up their seed, and then of course when the planting season comes, you have nothing to plant. So the president said, look, we should be taxing fruits. And for many people out there, it's still like something strange. Except that we have not attempted to start small thing. And you see how the state structure is pushing the business that is not even getting out of the ground to go back to where it's coming from. Because we just need this to make the lifestyle of the political actors a little more comfortable. And so we tax everything taxable. And sometimes you see the kind of force with which and fuse they chase even women who are in the market trying to make a living. And at the end of the day, you find that a whole lot actually is bleeding and people are sinking daily into poverty. You see whether they are the commercial motorcycle drivers, whether they are the tricycle drivers, or even the commercial public buses. And you're wondering that somebody is loading a vehicle and one man is sitting down somewhere and is taking the money, not minding the wear and tear of the vehicle, not minding the cost of petrol and all that. And it's quite very, very harrowing that this is the environment where businesses are functioning. And so when the tax reform bill comes, and I think these are issues that should actually address state government to see how we can, the hangman noose that is on businesses, we can throw it away so businesses can breathe and really make profit. Because that's the only way poverty can be addressed in a society like Nigeria. But I think with this passage now, let's see what stakeholders are going to also do in terms of engagement with the Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, making their claims and objections. And then from there, we'll see whether the Joint Committee of the National Assembly will eventually endorse this, and then the President assent it so that we can make some progress.
Well, don't you think there will still be a need for a forum where there is enlightenment on the provisions of the bill? Because Pierre mentioned that at the House, there was a debate regarding the meaning of derivation. So if the lawmakers want to explicitly explain what derivation means so that nothing is left out, everybody understands how the derivation is going to be shared. And so when they say derivation based on generation, derivation based on consumption, for other provisions of the bill, because this bill is 4 different bills merged into one. It encompasses a lot when we talk about Nigeria's tax regime, and even there are different provisions that concerns different sectors of the economy and different classes of people. Even for employers, you know, when we talk about the payee tax, those who are going to benefit from the exemption. So don't you think there's a need for some enlightenment so everybody understands the key aspects of the bill, not just the lawmakers, not just the critical stakeholders, but even those the bill provides for?
You see, Blessing, it's difficult to wake up a man who pretends to be sleeping.
Who's pretending in this case?
You see, if somebody is genuinely sleeping and you tap, the person wakes up, but the person who is pretending to sleep, you can tap all you care, and he's just there. And I think these are the issues. It's not that there are not sufficient enlightenment, and this is why I actually said that Oyedele did a lot in terms of engaging with stakeholders to define what these terms and concepts were. In short, they even gave a very clear example that, look at it. If you look at Kano, for example, that you do telephone calls in Kano, and the VAT is paid to Lagos. That what the bill tried to reverse is that situation, that where people are consuming these substances, they should receive the VAT. So, because it's actually a value-added tax, that what value is added. So, you see, petroleum is happening in the Niger Delta, but head office of these corporations are in Lagos. And so what happens is that all the transactions that happens on that sector, then of course tax is remitted back to Lagos. But there's no operation going on in Lagos. And that's what the bill seek to address. That rather than move the taxes or the VAT to where it originates, then there was a need for it to be spread so that people who actually pay the VAT, that in that environment where that VAT was paid, they could actually be partakers of it. And I think that was fairness and that was justice. But you see, people understand some of all these things because, and I think this is where we become too simplistic in our argument. And many people who have actually argued about this thing thought as if that VAT comes only from beer. That's where the argument was. So if you ban beer in your environment, why are you taking the VAT? See, so there are a lot of vatable items on that bill. So when we become real parochial in terms of looking at some basic issues, and you're using one item example, it means that there's this intention of trying to blackmail some people so can win an argument. So that's the way I see it, and that's why I said some people who are sleeping, it's difficult to wake up any man who is sleeping. And there are a lot of people in this regard who understand. And I think these people, many of them are lawyers, many of them understand and they can read black and white. They didn't need those explanations really further, except that it was just to see how we can blackmail and see this thing, they didn't really move forward.
All right. So, Blessing, one of the areas, or some other areas they were trying to call attention to, of course, they talked about the separation of the head, the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, his office, and from the tax board, that those offices should be separated, and that if it is not separated, it's going to lead to abuse of power. So one thing that one should be looking at is the powers of the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service and how he exercises those powers with regards to revenue collection and in distributing the VAT, and the same powers that he is going to wield being a member or the head of the Joint Task Board is also another thing to consider. The other thing to consider, they also looked at, Mr. Babajimi Benson, he himself came up to say, okay, the federal government used to earn about 15% of, there's a specific section that he mentioned.
Of the VAT sharing?
Of the VAT sharing, and now
for the tiers of the government.
Within the tiers of the government, it has now reduced to 10% because he's giving 5 to the states. It's because the state and local government are even more closer to the people at the head of society, and that is a sacrifice that the government is making. There is also another contention that the same bill is bringing up, and those who felt they needed this part to be trashed out, and I quickly wanted to look at that part. Apart from the transparency issue, yes, the derivation, definition, and all of that. So the thing is, they know that this bill, they know what it holds, and of course, intelligent people, lawyers, well-read, will feast on volumes of black and white texts. But the thing is, when someone feels that maybe he's not getting as much as he's going to get, and they feel a region or an entity is going to be excluded from the gains of that, because one of their arguments is that the progressive way that the Education Institution Trust Fund, the Education Trust Fund, will be completely removed from gaining or sharing from that VAT also is an issue that should be looked at, because if it is removed, that means the institutions that used to get these monies and which they used to fund specific projects in their schools or in the tertiary education sector too, will now also lose out in the process. So if it loses out from the process, where do these institutions get money to supplement, to execute the projects in these institutions? So these are equally other things to consider. So the thing is, who is going to gain and who is going to lose? Is it the Nigerian people, or we are talking about?
That's what we're talking about,
here?
having some enlightenment, because enlightenment basically is not for those at the upper or the green chamber or for critical stakeholders.
But their argument is for their constituents.
That's what I'm saying. It's for their constituents. But can we also break it down so that the common person knows what these bills are?
The common man knows. It's the elite that doesn't want to know.
Are you sure the common man knows?
Oh yes, the common man understands it, and the common man are happy that progress has been made. You see, one of the arguments that has bedeviled this nation in the last 2 decades is the argument about restructuring. The need to practice a true fiscal federalism, where states are semi-autonomous and they are not, to use that language again, using the feeding bottle from the center. Like the American Federation, where royalties and what gets to the federal and still generate their resources to drive whatever thing that's happening. So almost all federations, it's only Nigerian federations that you see that component units have to rely always on the center. And And this reliance is not because that we actually have any interest of our people who are the grassroots in the heart. It is the elite who benefit from this vast federation, where, as they say in our village, Mokin they walk, Babu they chop. So it is the elite. And I don't think that they need so much of enlightenment, except that they just want to distort some progress that is being made toward a fiscal federalism, where states have to actually sit down. See, all the argument about creation of more states is because we know that there's one region that supplies resource. If it was on the merit of financial viability, nobody will move that motion in the National Assembly to say, oh, we want further more creation of states. Because the states that are there right now, a number of them are not viable, let alone even breaking them and asking. So these are the challenge that we're talking about: fairness, we're talking about equity, we're talking about a federation that works, where everybody can feel a sense of belonging, and nobody is feeling cheated, nobody is feeling deprived, and we're all moving at the same pace, and there's competition between states to develop. This is what the argument is all about, and not the letters of the bills.
Okay, let's just wait to see what happens. Now the bill is scaled, it has been passed to second reading. So let's see if at the end of this month or even the first quarter of the year, it becomes an act. Well, it's just going to be a relief for low-income earners, those who earn about 800,000 and below annually. So they would be exempted from paying tax. I don't know why Priye is...
It's... I just don't.
Reacting to that.
Yeah, I don't. It is. We shouldn't even be saying that. Trying to use it to lure.
It's not a lure.
Why would you want people to earn, someone in this time of the day, in this time of the economy, to earn 800,000 naira annually?
As it is what it is.
800,000 naira.
As it is what it is. Yes, that's not enough money. But there are people who earn that. And so what the bill provides for is that they're exempted.
So if you go by the 77,000 naira that the government is supposed to pay now as a minimum wage, nobody will be on that strata.
Okay, so that's the point. That's why there still needs to be enlightenment, not just of those at the top echelon. For those who are at the common man on the street needs to understand. And because we are a forward-thinking institution, a forward-thinking media organization, to help shape policies, to help inspire change, and to bring to your knowledge information that you should know, we've put together a documentary where the key provisions of the tax bill are there. So you can watch. We'll have that come up today again, so you can watch and understand in case for any reason you do not understand what the bill provides for. But I do know that there are certain aspects of the bill that may need to be reviewed as time goes on. When we get into maybe the next year, there will be call again by labor for increase in wage and at that time. So maybe that part of the bill will have to be reviewed so that a lot of people can benefit from it. But basically, these are some of the provisions of the bill. The VAT sharing formula, which has been agreed upon, and then the tax exemption for low-income earners, which if you do some calculation, you find that people who would really benefit from that are not much because of the increase in wage. But that part can be reviewed. And then there is the part that has to do with small businesses, which I think it's a good one. Initially, the provision was, or the recommendation of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee was 50 million. Those who earn about 50 million, but then they later raised it to 250 million. So it covers a lot of businesses. That's a good one. So a bill cannot be perfect at the initial stage. That's what I think. So we do not expect that this bill is perfect. As time goes on, there will be aspects of it which is one that you have noted because of the increase in pay of workers. So it will not cover a lot of people. So those parts of the bill can be highlighted later on and reviewed. But in the meantime, we can have this and then work on it as time goes
So
yeah, but I just feel that what for me is that there are a lot of center of pressure, and that's just the truth. Because one of the issues that we're not even talking about is the centralization of revenue collection. Because the be actually empowered that the National Revenue Collection Agency become one, and every other institution of government are no longer collecting revenue.
Yes.
And that, of course, it will go a long way in also helping to resolve some of the challenge in terms of revenue collection. If you check the 2024 budget that is being operated at the moment, you discover that for NNPC, Custom, FRIS, the cost of collection of revenue was over 400 billion. Because efforts are duplicated. Now, of course, that also will cut down on cost of governance. And like you have said, of course, we're also talking about governance issues in terms of having the chairman of the Revenue Collection Board, also agencies, also the chairman of the board. And at the end of the day, it's like you become a judge in your own case. And so there's no governance. Now, all these transparency measures are what the bills are putting in place. And then you can see your money in real time. And those leakages that we have seen over the years, where monies are filtering away, and of course they are reduced to the barest minimum. And I think to that extent, the bill is as progressive as anybody would think. And of course also for the fact that he has taken into account the poor and people who are vulnerable. Yes, talk about minimum wage of 77,000, and I can tell you there are a lot of people who are not earning 30,000 even as we still speak on this economy, especially those who don't work for government. And I think they have to be considered actually.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next conversation, which is about the chairman of Heirs Holdings Group, Tony Elumelu, urging global investors to support in the building of a prosperous and self-sustaining Africa at the World Government Summit in Dubai. So he ordered that the return on investment and opportunities in investing in Africa are limitless. Now, if you had seen the video of Tony Elumelu and Femi Adesina, who is the president of the Africa Development Bank, speak at that forum, you would know that they talked about a lot of things and how Africa is projected as a high-risk region, particularly when it comes to investment, and how they spoke that the reverse is actually the case. Because as Femi Adesina was speaking, he talked about how a recent profile was done, and then they profiled economies based on the rate of loss that investors could have there. And Africa had the least percentage of rate of loss as compared to Latin America. For Africa, it was about 1.7 rate of loss. For Latin America, it was 14%. Yet, when it seems like the multilateral institutions like World Bank and even the IMF and some other reports are done, Africa is projected as a high-risk region. Let's take a listen to what they had to say at the World Government's Summit in Dubai.
Africa. I say to people often that the glass is half full. You may decide to see risks or challenges, or you may see opportunities. But ability to identify opportunities and structure your approach in a way that addresses and mitigates those risks confers extra competitive advantage on you and your business. So I speak to our friends here, as the president of the African Development Bank said, no better person to say it, because he has the statistics, he sees what's going on the continent. There's nowhere else that gives you the kind of returns on investment as what you make on the continent. Yes, stereotypes, information provided in a certain way that all you see is challenges. But just look at us, and we keep investing in our group. We generate, or we have capacity to generate 2,000 megawatts of electricity on a daily basis, and today we generate about 750 megawatts, which is very significant on the continent. There's nowhere else you can invest in power sector and you start making paying dividend to investors year 3. That happens in Africa. We are in financial services sector, huge, significant returns on investment. So the time is now.
Okay, that was Tony Ilumelu, the chairman of Hairs Holding, and of course the United Bank for Africa, speaking there. He was on that forum, also speaking with Dr. Akinwumi Additional. Beg your pardon, had said Femi Additional. You know, when you know members of your household more than those outside, because Femi Additional is a journalist, so I had to call his name first before. But the president of the African Development Bank is actually Akinwumi Additional, and he too was at that forum, and he has spoken very well about the prospects, the potentials that Africa has. The question is, these reports that project Africa as a region of high risk, where do they get their data from? How is that narrative skewed against Africa?
Well, I think they are research and they are data given by people. Take, for example, when you look at Transparency International, when they come to take corruption index, and what is simply done is ask people, how corrupt do you think your country is? I don't know, so we are very corrupt. And so if a sample of 10,000 people is taken in Nigeria, and almost everybody say we are corrupt, then they come to report to you and say you are corrupt. So if, of course, people come to collect data and say your environment, how safe do you think your environment is? And see, the problem Africa is grappling with is the problem of insecurity. Now, what the result is going to show is what people that was taking, the opinions that were sampled from your environment is showing. And I think this is a problem because, like Tony said in that video, we dwell too much on challenges than seeing opportunities. So elsewhere, people see more of opportunity than they see risk. Because for every risk is actually an opportunity for a new investment. And so when everybody talk about, oh, there's so much hunger in the land, there's so much hunger in the land, then how are you going to explain that? That if people come to throw data on your face and said, there is so much poverty in the land, so everybody is poor. I was talking to somebody yesterday in my neighborhood and I was telling me, oh, 2-bedroom flat. I said 3 million in this neighborhood. He said, yes. I said, who's paying it? Oh, he said,
it is Nigerian.
He said, people are building houses and they are buying. The house is 400 million. I said, where is the money coming from? So somehow, the picture that we paint of ourselves is what is giving us out in terms of this risk. America is not just building walls under Donald Trump. It's because the risk in that environment is high to the heavens. And so it is for most countries in the world, even including Europe. England is not left out. So what we see is that people talk about the negative more this side, and that gives an impression as if the risk here is to high heavens.
But what would be the motive to project a region as a high risk for investment when the reverse is actually the case? Who stands to benefit from such narrative?
Well, in that particular, just to be very, very apt and direct to that question, of course, whoever is giving or providing those details, because they have an outlook and expectation of where it's going to land, and they know that they have some form of authority. They have this institutional disposition, and people pay attention to what comes out of their mouth. And if XYZ that is recognized as someone who sees an authority in business and in data, gives that analysis, and of course investors, portfolio investors in different clients will feel that, oh, okay, I'm going to make my investment decision based on this analysis that is coming from this authority, then they are going to be very, very much influenced. And the clients that are projected to have low risk data, of course, will be the benefactors. And one thing I like about that forum, the World Governance Forum, where Mr. Tolu Elumelu, the governor of the Senate of the African Development Bank, and someone, one of those government functionaries from Liberia was talking about. It's like they were carefully selected as salesmen to sell Africa and to sell Nigeria to the entire world. And Mr. Akiwumi Ambode, I beg your pardon, Mr. Akiwumi Adesina did a fantastic job. He was reeling out data at the top of his fingers, just like that. And of course, he's an authority. You have to believe that. So he was talking about how they consulted the Moody's analysts to give back to them on the research that they talked about, and where Africa stands and where the world stands and where other continents stands. You have mentioned it, 1.7. In fact, even the EU, yes, stands more than 5%.
Africa is perceived as a very high risk region.
Mr. Tony Elumelu mentioned something. He said, where can you make an investment in power sector? The same power sector, and you'll be getting returns and you are paying back your investors in 3 years or in less than 3 years. He said that can only be from Africa. And of course, because he has been someone of that status who has been investing in more than 4 continents, of course, and indirectly, I think he's referring to Nigeria in that sense. So look at it. In 2050, currently now as we speak, Nigeria or Africa is 1.5 billion people. In 2050, we're going to be 2.5 billion people, and more than 65% of those on that age is below or from 35 years of age downwards. When Mr. Adesina was reeling out the statistics, he said these are the working population. They are skilled, they have skilled manpower, they are the young generation, and that if you are not investing in Africa, you are losing. Because he even posed the question to the audience that how many of you are investing in Africa, and it doesn't seem to be satisfied with the response he got, and he went ahead to say, look, the United Arab Emirates have about 65 or 68 billion dollars investment in Africa, and when I went further to look at the data, Nigeria is consuming about $8 billion in that chunk of what the UAE is bringing down to African continent. While I appreciate that $8 billion, I just think because population-wise and the prospect-wise, Nigeria is the place to be. So I will expect that the UAE is going to top up the level of investment to run into tens and even 20s of billions of dollars right here in Africa or in Nigeria. Agriculture is open. Power sector is open. Even in the finances sector, where Mr. Tony Elumelu is an authority, and he definitely told them that fact, that it is open. So what we need to do as not just Nigeria and Africans is to tell the good side of our story that investors will benefit from, so they can put down their money.
I think jobs for from the conversation at that forum is the fact that it's not as if that they're carefully selected, because Tony is doing business in Africa, so he understands the terrain. He's in Nigeria, he's in Ghana, he's in Rwanda, and he's almost everywhere in Africa, and he's even moving into Europe. But the truth of the matter is that by the principle of elasticity, which is in elementary economics, tells you that there are some certain things that cannot go beyond certain point, especially growth and development. Now, when you look at Europe and Asia, they have already gotten to the height of civilization and that they're actually plummeting. Now, if you take population as data, you find that they are having an aging population. And that's why you are seeing so many doors that are open to Africa and young Africans to come into this environment to help out. It's deliberate policies on immigration to move young men and young women from this part of the world to come and help rebuild their environment, because in terms of population, they are aging. In short, China population is declining. Most European countries, their population are declining because they are having older people more than they have younger people. And of course, the average population in Africa is 19 at the moment. So, the energy is here. in terms of civilization, we also have that African is not as developed as other countries of the world, as it were. So, sometimes there is infrastructure overload in some of these countries. So you are breaking and building. And here, there's a virgin land that has not been touched at all. Now, even in terms of feeding the world, it's only in Africa that you have up to 65% of the arable land yet to be cultivated. It's not in any other continent. It's only in Africa. So the future actually belongs to Africa, as it were. And it will only make sense for anybody, anywhere, who thinks survival, to have to definitely choose Africa, irrespective of the narration or narrative that is out there. So I think they just spoke to what the truth is. I was sharing yesterday, somebody offloaded some value from his power investment in Nigeria here, and look at how from a millionaire 2 years ago he has become a billionaire. And those returns, you cannot find it anywhere else. Look at the humongous profit that is being declared at the financial services sector in Nigeria. There's no, well, banks in other countries are suffering and struggling. Nigerian banks are waxing stronger and stronger by the day. So it tells you that opportunities are here, and this is where everybody should be. And I lend my voice to that of Tony, that you can't get it anywhere better than Africa. Just put your money in Africa and stop creating tension and fear in the hearts of African people.
I think it's time for Africa to tell our own story and create the narrative for Africa. So there is need for data localism. There is need for Africa to sell itself. Because if you're waiting for others to sell you, they'll tell it from the way they see you or the way they want to tell your story. So Africa suffers a problem of poor credit ratings by international agencies, and that increases the cost of borrowing. Some time ago, we talked about the debt burden of African countries. It's very huge. But it's not only African countries that are borrowing. I agree that for Africa, there are several issues. We have issues of heads of state, leaders of government borrowing for reasons they should not be borrowing for, or borrowing without a proper plan of a proper repayments plan. That's on one side. But the conditions that are attached to loans secured by African leaders, most times is because of these poor credit ratings that makes it look like this is a very high-risk region. And so the burden of that debt becomes so huge on African countries. Some of it, there have been theories of how it's deliberate for political reasons and for many other reasons. But the truth of the matter is, now if there's a report that Africa is a very low loss rate region, I think that particular report should sell more than anything else. And it will blow your trumpet if you're not blowing the trumpet by yourself. So it's Africa that has to blow that trumpet loudly for everyone to hear. There are things we need to work out here. There are sectors we need to improve. One of it is our financial sector, the capital markets. Part of the reason why Asia and Europe are seen as a region where there's some stability and where you could have more returns in your investment, even though the reverse is the case, is also because they have a big or a blossoming capital market. For Africa, we have about 5 countries where the capital market is very stable and is actually growing. So I think more needs to be done to strengthen. We have South Africa, we have Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, among those countries that have a growing capital market. We've seen how the Nigeria capital market has grown and is now capitalized at over 100 trillion naira. More can be done. And there are certain other factors, political factors, that we need to put in place in Africa, where there is political instability, as much as we can, reduce that, those volatility are reduced to the barest. So this will also boost investor confidence. Not to say that we don't have those in other regions, but the things that we can tidy up, or the factors that we can tidy up to make the region more appealing to investors, we should by all means. But the bottom line is we are the ones who can sing our song better, not wait for any other person to sing the song for Africa. And the media has that responsibility to tell the stories right. Where we are doing well, where we've recorded success, it should be something that will make a front burner issue, a topic of celebration, something that we're doing right, rather than us focusing on the negatives, because every region has the negative. So like Tony Elumelu said, I'll wrap up with this. It's how you look at it. If you say this glass is half empty, and that's what you project, people would always look at that glass as half empty. But if you say it's half full, that means, oh, it's half full. That's on the positive side. What can we do to make it a full glass? Then that's what they'll focus on. So it's for us to shape the perspective.
Yeah, but I think it's just straight and clear. Consistently, the last 5 years, the Nigerian stock market has been the best performing globally than anywhere. And the data are there, and everybody can actually look at it. So this is a plus for us in Nigeria. And I think as a giant of Africa, this is a destination for investment. And our hands are open. Just as the president says, our doors are open to investment, should flock in. And of course, there's no risk that will swallow those investments. If you put your money in Africa, put your money in Nigeria, be sure of the return, and the doors are open.
You know why those who say Africa is a high-risk region say that? You know when you want to buy something cheaply, you first of all begin to condemn it so that the buyer feels like, okay, let me just say it like that. Say, this thing, I don't even like the color. It's not what I want exactly. That's a very nice color. Say, no, it doesn't suit me very well. I wish you had something a bit less bright. And the person says, okay, I have this one. It's too dull. So you begin to say things that would weaken the confidence of the seller so that you can have an advantage at being able to get yourself a very good deal. I think we should just know that when they say Africa is a high-risk region, sometimes they are trying to underprice us, and we should not let that be. But let's have a laugh as we wrap up this analysis. This last story will make everyone laugh. You will get to know why by the time I bring it your way. So the Nigerian Labour Congress has called on Nigerians to boycott the services of telecommunications in response to a recent 50% increase in tariffs. The boycott would begin on Thursday, that's today, and take place daily from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. until the tariffs return to previous rates. I want to ask, why 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.? Why not all through the day? By the way, this message is coming late because we are already using telecom services, and that's why you can view us from wherever you are. So we're not going to be part of those who would listen to.
I don't mind if I just
an advice.
His phone so I can help him hold it.
An advice
so
that would not work. I need to ask NLC, have you bought birds that would take messages to those you want to pass them to? Or have you started writing letters? Maybe it's time for NIPOS to make some money. Have you started writing letters and posting them? How do you intend to achieve this in this digital age, to boycott telecom service? That is really laughable, and that's why I said we need to laugh our way out of here.
It's funny, and I think people just seeking relevance, and that is what it is. I call it populism, and I don't think that's what we need. It's facing reality that for me matters a lot. Yes, there's no doubt that the economy is tough. There's no doubt that removal of subsidy and the rest of it. But as long as these are not government businesses, we can't afford to run them down. We run down our own. Because at the time that these licenses were given, MTEL was given, which is federal government owned. Where is it today? It cannot survive. So I think that in a democracy, especially a free market economy, free entry, free exit. I've made a case here. There was a time that Dubai set up a telephone just to help teachers and call it Etisalat, and that telephone has become global. It will not be out of place if Labour can also move resources together and start a telecom and prove that the cost that is being charged is as simple as they presume it. So it's running the business that matters. It's not just about the activism that we put to the public space. And I think this is uncalled for in my view. And I think that the review of pricing for telecom operator has long been overdue since 2013, given the dynamics in the marketplace. And I think if landlords are increasing rent, government is increasing rates, and then telecom have to remain where they are, it is unfair and inequitable.
I don't understand why Piri is looking like this. Piri,
No,
what do you think?
For me, just a few things. Then I was expecting that the Nigerian Labour Congress would have, put out a meaningful communique after the Central Working Committee met. I was expecting that, okay, even if you don't have, sometimes you just don't even say anything. Just put out a communique, we had this meeting, this, that, and the other. Because you cannot boycott the telecoms company. You can't. Businesses would have to shut down if we are to obey the voice of labor. And nobody will have to make calls from the 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. where we can't really start talking about the transactions. Transactions will be altered because data is life, as one of the telecoms advertisers put it. So labor should have come up with another different, even though I am not all for the 50% increase, Doc is singing for the business community. Yes, I'm not against the business community. However, I understand the perspective of labor, but labor should have put out a very, very sensible and meaningful communication to Nigerians and all that. Like I've said it before, labor needs to sit with the Nigerian people and reason with them because they are the ones you represent and they are the ones you speak for. So let the Nigerian people tell you the disaffection, why they have this level of distrust in you so that that particular part can be amended. I'm sure when you do that and next time you call for solidarity, I'm sure you will see a massive crowd behind you.
Okay, so I was asking earlier if Labour has bought some birds. Have you bought some pigeons that would take messages from you to the person you want that message to get to? I think it's laughable when people are trying too hard to just do something that is not possible or do not want to be reasonable. There are better ways of asking that something be renegotiated. At this point, you cannot say, let there be no increase. We've talked about this over and over again. So for Labour to be pushing this and saying boycott telecom services, really, are you serious about that? Because even your financial transactions that you need to do using the app would need the enablement, the support of telecom services. So what are we talking about? It's something that you cannot do. If you're asking anybody to boycott, nobody will listen to you. You could say businesses should not use it, maybe because you're under government employment. So whether or not you work, you get to be paid. But it's not so for other businesses. So
maybe telco should just protest for 2 days.
And see what happens. That will be a total shutdown for countries. Imagine even when certain social media platforms were banned, how Nigerians protested and how they had to...
We can just allow telcos to protest at least for 7 days so that they can keep services.
And how Nigerians had to even go through other means, try to bypass it to communicate. That was one social media platform banned. Not to talk about when telcos shut down their services, you can send SMS, you can make calls, you can do transaction, you can't have businesses run. So please, can we talk like we are civilized people and we do not want to return to Stone Age? Labour, please, there are better ways of doing this. It's not for you to make people to begin to laugh like what's going on. I think more effort should be channeled at repairing the reputation of Labour before Nigerians. We'll take a break now. When we return, it will be time for us to have policy discourse. And we have wonderful discussions today because report says Nigeria has reclaimed position as Africa's largest economy. That's good news for Nigerians, right? But what do South Africans think? Do they agree? What have changed in these two economies over the last decade? This and more comes your way after this break.
People, 60% of whom are below the age of 25. 12 of the top 20 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. 30% of the world's minerals are on the continent, 40% of gold reserves, 90% of chromium, platinum, palladium, diamonds, cobalt, and everything else on the periodic table. Everything. Endowed with incredible natural resources. I guess the best resource the African continent has is its people, its resilience that we see, and the incredible way of hustling to create brilliance on the continent. So when we talk about an economic revolution, we've also have to come to terms with the resource curse that I guess has plagued the continent in many ways, lack of industrialization, and how to break through those boundaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the conversation. Did I get all the numbers right, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yep.
And 65% of arable land.
Yep.
Yeah? We wake up every single day in the past 3 weeks to a new world. Lots of things are happening and changing geopolitically, and I want to talk about Africa's growth potential in the new geopolitical global context. Tell me, Mr. Adesina, how are you weighing this up? If I'm sitting and recalibrating my future, I'm sure all you important people are doing the same.
Well, I mean, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a cold, but let me say first and foremost, I'm delighted to be here, and I congratulate the government of UAE for organizing this fantastic event. It's my first time of actually participating. I'm amazed about it. First and foremost, you said it all. Africa is the place to be. I mean, for all the reasons that you said, I'm not worried about Africa for any reason. First, if you look at the demography of Africa, you got 75% of the population less than the age of 35. 600 million people between the ages of 15 and 35. So that tells you that Africa is going to be workforce of the world, the labor workshop of the world, where you have skills, talent, entrepreneurship that will unleash a lot of innovation around the world. Secondly, you were just talking about the issue of agriculture. Look, to feed the world, 9.5 billion people, 10 billion people by 2050, that's not going to come from anywhere in Asia. It's not going to come from Latin America or US or Canada or anywhere in the world, or China, by the way. It's going to come with Africa. Now, take a look at the energy transition in the world, what you were just mentioning, whether it is lithium-ion batteries, whether it is electric vehicles, whether it's platinum, whether it's copper, whether it's graphite, whether it's any of this lithium-ion, all is in Africa. So what Africa actually does with these resources will shape the future of the world that we are talking about. So I am not worried at all about Africa. In fact, I am excited about Africa. And what I want to say is to take a look at a continent with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the population that we have of 1.4, almost 1.5 billion people, a market size of $3.4 trillion. So what we have to do is trade among ourselves, build infrastructure, integrate our financial markets, our stock exchanges, and of course have the right policies, macroeconomic and fiscal policies that attract investment. In fact, for the investors that are here, what I want to say is if you're not investing in Africa, actually, I'm going to ask you, where are you investing in? Look, the fact of the matter is Africa is going to be critical for the world. You were talking about the new changes in the world. Yes, of course. President Trump was elected by the American people to develop America, and he's going to do a great job at it. I have no doubt about it. But my role, our job in Africa, is to market Africa's opportunities. And I'm sure that everybody around the world recognizes these dynamics. Africa is too critical not to be looked at, and Africa is not going to beg its way into development. Africa is going to trade and invest its way into development. I have no doubt that Africa will be the lighthouse for the world under any circumstance.
Okay, many thanks for staying tuned to the Front Burners. This is policy discuss time, and the report says Nigeria has reclaimed position as Africa's largest economy. Now, with a GDP of $450 billion and a per capita income of $2.20, Nigeria has surpassed South Africa, which has a GDP of $360 billion, followed by Egypt, $300 billion, and Algeria, $170 billion. Now, other African economies include Morocco, Kenya, Angola, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Tanzania. According to the World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Dr. Ndiame Diop, he credited a rebound to macroeconomic reforms, including exchange rate adjustments and improved foreign exchange access, which he says these have helped to bolster growth in Nigeria. Joining us on the conversation virtually this morning is Gbolahan Olujede, who is a policy analyst and a finance expert. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Could you please unmute your device so we can hear you?
Good morning. Good nice to be on the program.
Okay, it's great to have you join us. All right, so the news that Nigeria has reclaimed the position as Africa's biggest economy from South Africa is gladdening, but let's look at it in detail. Now, the World Bank country director for Nigeria says this is attributed to macroeconomic changes that have happened in Nigeria. When President Bola Tinubu assumed role as Nigeria's president in 2023, there were some reforms that happened that weren't pleasing to Nigerians. Could we say that these reforms are beginning to yield change? One of them was the floating of the naira. What's your take?
Well, there are certain positive things to some of those policies. One of it was that we have been living in a bubble as far as our foreign exchange system was concerned. So we had a situation in which there was a huge backlog of foreign exchange obligations which were not being met. We had multiple foreign exchange rates across several different sectors of the economy, and there were huge opportunities for arbitrage. We had an unreal CBN rate, and anybody who was in that window during that period will tell you that what CBN publishes as the rate and what you eventually get the dollar at are totally different things. So while we may be saying, oh, dollar was 400 naira, people who had obligation on that window as at then knew that for you to get your obligation fulfilled, you had to pay much more than what was being advertised. So there were a lot of problems with the foreign exchange, and we had huge obligations that were not being met. Now that has potential for discouraging international people who want to be able to take money after they have done business here. They want to be able to get their money in foreign exchange. Number two, Nigerians who have imported goods, raw materials from other countries, and they need to pay for all those obligations, were unable to pay. So it was a very bad situation. So the foreign exchange policy came in, it was very harsh at the outset, and we saw the extreme volatility that was associated with that policy in its early days. But since last year, I would say the second half of last year, we have seen elements of stability in that exchange rate. Despite the fact that the exchange rate itself is still is very high, I mean, at an average of between 1,005, 1,550, 1,006, it is very high. But something has happened. It is that stability. Stability brings predictability. So people are able to plan, they're able to project. Business people can know, oh, okay, it will be within this range and this range. That is different from a situation 6 months earlier when dollar went from about 900 naira at the beginning of 2024 to almost touching 2,000. That was an extreme level of volatility. So that has abated. We have a fairly stable currency. We have a situation in which the backlog of obligations on the CBN window have been cleared, and there are periodic intervention in the market to ensure stability. So that is a positive for the economy from the perspective of both the people in the economy and people looking at the economy from the outside. So it might be part of the gains of some of those policies. On the issue of fuel subsidy removal, that was also very harsh. What that policy did was to try and remove the subsidy that had been in the system since the 70s. So when you're taking off the table something that has been there for 40 or 50 years, there is bound to be a problem. The problem was further compounded by the fact that we implemented the foreign exchange policy about the same time. So we're talking of fuel, which was largely being imported. In fact, 90-something% of our consumption was imported as at that time. So when you have an imported good that relies on the dollar, and the foreign exchange rate became as volatile as it became, we were bound to have a crisis on our hands. And I mean, the economy felt it. But that is also changing. That space is changing. In October 2024, September, the local refinery, private refinery, went into commercial production. We were also told before the end of the year that certain production started to come from Port Harcourt refinery and also from the Warren refinery in December. So that particular space is changing. The prices are still high, but we see how prices are moderated also, and there has been certain level of competition in that space. But what the biggest gain so far for that policy appears to be the fact that in absolute naira terms, the government has much more money than it used to have. The chances are that if we had continued without doing something about the subsidy, the nation will have gone belly up. The capacity to meet obligation will have become glaring. Creditors will have come after us, and we will have had to go on our knees, the way Ghana had to do a couple of years ago when he couldn't meet his obligations. However, I hope there's a lot more that is expected from the additional revenue that government made. It seems as if there is a disconnect between these gains in revenue by government and how this gain in revenue seem to have been deployed to the benefit of the people. There seems to still be a gap there. So there's a lot more that can be done, but there is no doubt in my mind that there are certain gains that have come from those policies. And if we continue to reinforce on the positive side and work at it, I'm aware, for example, that there's still a lot of importation of PMS that is going on. What do we need to do in that nexus to ensure that we can create value locally rather than continuous reliance on importation of fuel? What will be the impact if we become a net exporter of refined petroleum products as a country? The foreign exchange gains and all the other opportunities that will create are areas where we need to reinforce to ensure that we can get the full benefit of what those policies have to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Agbolahon. And it's refreshing to hear that at least there are some positive steps in the right direction as government makes reform. Yeah, but looking at the figures of 450 billion US dollars as GDP, also given the fact that the informal sector in Nigeria is hardly accounted for, do you think that that is really realistic and Nigeria is not bigger than a $450 billion economy?
Love this question. And I'll tell you why. Recently, I was engaging with some people, and I told of how Nigeria is a country where somebody tells you that he has not been paid for 6 months, but he keeps going to work, he pays his rent, he feeds his family, he sends his children to school, he attends to healthcare, but he has not been paid for 1 month, 6 months. Sometimes they tell you he have not been paid for 1 year. I'm not saying those things are not happening, don't get me wrong. I'm saying that those things are a pointer to the reality that there is an economy that is not being captured. Ask yourself, how did that guy meet its obligation within that period when he did not receive salary? So we are not captured. There is a huge informal sector in Nigeria. And a lot of what is going on in that informal sector is not being captured. We also have a lot of dependencies around. So there are people who part of a chunk of the income that they live on is not even from the work that they do at all. Those are not being captured. So we need to adopt a situation in which Nigeria as a country determines how and what it wants to measure. It will help us a great deal to even out our numbers rather than just rely on maybe what the World Bank is saying and what IMF and the rest of them are saying. We understand our economy more than any other person. And we should tap into the peculiarities of that economy to do a proper measurement of the true size of this economy. As it is today, I think most of what we still measure are in the formal sector of this economy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bola Olojede, and it's good to see you once more. Let me ask this question. Sometimes Nigerians will criticize the government when it comes to issues like gross domestic product. Now we're banding around $450 billion as our GDP. But there is, like you mentioned earlier on, there is no correlation between the increase of government revenue translating to what should be on ground or reflecting in the lives of the people that it's catering for. So in what way can we measure when a country has a very high GDP? How do we supposed to see that translating in the purchasing power of the individual, of the average Nigerian? Or how does it translate? How does it reflect in the business of an entrepreneur to be on the advantageous side, not so that people don't say, the government is peddling and banding figures around. We are still in this economic downturn, but on paper, the government is doing well, but in reality, it is not doing well. How do we analyze that?
Yeah, that disconnect that you refer to is real. I remember in the book by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, something about, dealing with corruption is difficult. I've forgotten the exact title now. One of the problems that government then, this was Mr. Jonathan's government was trying to solve was the apparent disconnect between the growth that we were seeing then. I still remember the popular statement by the president when he was talking about by the then president, when he was talking about the jets, the number of private jets that attended a particular event in one of the East African countries, as a measure of the fact that we were doing great. Meanwhile, his coordinating minister for finance had another problem which she could see. And that problem was that the growth that we were talking about was not exactly showing forth. It wasn't really, going all the way down to reflect in the lives of the people. So, and that circumstance that we were trying to cure, even way back, still persists till today. So GDP could grow, but if it is growing and it is not dovetailing into the lives of the ordinary citizen, then that it shows that disconnect is still there. So The consciousness that is still there is what should help the policy designers to do things that will continually ensure that this growth that is going on out there is also reaching the people. I'll tell you a very good example. In the space of agriculture, knowing fully well that food inflation had become an albatross, is a major problem and a key driver of the inflation that we are experiencing. As government finances is improving across various levels of leadership, the state, the local government, the federal government, everybody was getting more cash. The question is, how much of this more cash are we investing in solving the food problem? If we have identified that food is a major driver of the inflationary pressure that we are experiencing as a country. So how many of the states have made major moves in creating those environments where there are more people coming into that space and providing more food for the people? That is the question. If you take a state like Kaduna, Kaduna is a major food producer in this country. Some years ago, Kaduna was so hot that it affected production. Today, Kaduna has become relatively calm. When last did you hear of all those mass killings that was going on in Kaduna just a couple of years ago? So the question, so if Kaduna State has become relatively more calm and there is more money at the state level, what are the steps that the state is taking to ensure that it can put Kaduna back onto that massive food production level? And it is not just about Kaduna. I was only picking on Kaduna. It's about the entire 36 states in Nigeria. We have a country where we can do farming literally for the 12 months in a year. But we are still importing a lot of what we eat from countries that cannot do farming more than 6 months in a year. It is a shame. And we need to be able to find the right level of connection to ensure that it is not just banding, big GDP, but that big GDP is making to count for the people, for the ordinary citizen of Nigeria.
Yes, Mr. Bolahon. I just also want to chip this in. You also look at the drift from rural-urban migration in Nigeria has actually affected a lot in terms of food production in Nigeria. If I take my village, for example, if I look at that community today, where we used to be a food hub and shipping food to both the north and the east of the country, today we are importing food because the young people have been told somehow that the only way to earn a good living is having a paper qualification. And so everybody is in the city looking for a job that does not exist. What practical step do you think government can take to reverse this kind of trend?
Right. Well, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I believe that government can do a lot. Some state government are already trying to find platform, come together, find a platform that could reintroduce agriculture to the young people as a good source of income. Technology has been infused into agriculture. How much of that are the young people being connected with? We have a young population. Nigeria is a young country, and it is a blessing because in that youthfulness is the energy of the youth, both mental and physical. But how we go about harnessing and harvesting this energy and deploying it is part of what will help us to transform this country in every sphere. And one of the major spheres is in the agriculture. Apart from that, if all the young people are going out there, there is a gap there which I believe government can help with. along with even the young people who are already in agriculture. There are a number of them, there are not many of them, and they can showcase in partnership with the government to let the young people know that there is a lot of value here and that not everybody needs to head to the cities to go and look for jobs that are not even available or paying them. There is a room for orientation and reorientation of the young people to be able to participate there. Then we also need to be able to do a lot more about commercial farming. Most of the farming we still do in Nigeria are subsistence in nature. They are smallholder farmers that are producing most of what we have. We need, number one, to put a structure in place to help those smallholder farmers, a structure that guarantees offtake, a structure that guarantees value for production. Same time, the product becomes very cheap and prices drop. 2 months after the product is out of season, price has gone up and the price becomes prohibitive. But while it is in season, a lot of the product gets damaged. We still have up to 40%, 50% in certain categories of products in Nigeria that go bad, that will go bad every harvest season. When we have a situation like this, there are infrastructure issues we need to bridge, storage issues, electricity issues, connectivity issues from the rural areas to the centers of consumption or centers of processing. All these are issues that will help to transform that space. When a farmer is sure that there is an offtake for his product and that the offtake will be such that will leave him with a profit, he is encouraged to go back in the next season to go and farm. But if he produces this season and a lot of what he produces goes to waste, there is no incentive to want to produce in the next season. These are some of the areas where these gaps are, and government should help in creating those, reforming those environments to bring in private sector investment and help to transform that space. If we transform the opportunities I just huge. Niger State alone, in my estimate, can feed West Africa. If you get security, it has huge piece of land. Niger State alone in land mass is about two and a half times the size of the state of Israel.
Okay, let's take a look at what we major on in Nigeria and what we can do to improve the economy. Yes, it's good news that now Nigeria has reclaimed the position as the biggest economy in Africa. But what can be done to improve this? If we look at what Nigeria earns from agriculture, it's put around 504 billion naira, or somewhat over that if we're making it more recent, maybe adding the contributions of 2025. Now, if we also take a look at what Nigeria earns from outsourcing, Nigeria earns $0.99 billion from outsourcing. India earns about $118 billion from outsourcing. At what point should we begin to consider human capital development as a major earner for Nigeria?
Beautiful question. I think the best resource that we actually have is our human capital. I mentioned in one of my previous comments that we have a young country, and that means there's a lot of energy on the table, the energy of the youth, both physical and mental. And if we are sensitive to this, maybe it will cause us to be deliberate about how we are able to harvest, harness, and deploy this energy that we have. I still remember vividly some years ago when we suddenly found Mark Zuckerberg at Souq in Lagos. He was going from one cyber cafe to another, gisting with people. He came to Nigeria, one of the wealthiest people in the world. He didn't go to Abuja. He didn't even visit the Lagos state government before he went to Souq to go and start looking at things. Why? Because right where they are, where he was in America. He could see certain activities that was going on somewhere in a place called Nigeria. And he came all the way to the center of activities to come and see for himself. What is it that is going on here and how can it be enhanced? Not for Nigeria, but for his own economy. His own economy, his own business. That is why he has come to Nigeria. So the question is Nigeria itself looking at these opportunities? Are we moving fast enough? I know we are doing a bit of activities in that space, but are we doing enough? Is there a way we can rev things up in creating more of all these incubation centers, being able to create an environment where there will be more venture capitalists who can put money on some of the innovations that are coming out of Nigeria? Already, internationally, people are coming to this same Yaba Sabo axis to come and recruit IT people. So there is a lot that is going on. I'm even happy now that we are beginning to pay more attention to our digital economy, because there's a lot going on there that are not also being captured. Maybe now that we're paying more attention, we will start to capture it. But indeed, like you said, we must be deliberate about our human resources. Education counts, and not education the way we understand it. The way we have taken education in this country still lies largely on the industrial age. Education has moved away from how much you score in English and mathematics. It's a whole lot more. It is not everybody that even needs to be in the university. But these are not things you can discuss with a lot of people. They believe that, oh, but you went to the university, why you don't want my child to go to the university? But education goes way beyond that. We must do a lot more. Let me give you a number before I drop that education thing. The education budget for South Africa is an equivalent of 25 trillion naira. That is about half of the entire return, the entire spend, the entire budget expenditure of the federal government of Nigeria today. We have the largest GDP, but we must ask ourselves the question, how come this largest GDP is only able to put on the table for us 54 trillion naira in the federal government budget? Whereas a South Africa with a smaller GDP, with only 60 million people, is able to put on the table about 4 times or 3 times that amount as its own budget. It is a question to ask ourselves. It shows that there is value that is lying everywhere in this country that we are not yet sweating, that we are not able to put to play. And we must be able to. We are also blessed with not just human resources, but natural resources. Our oil resources, we've not been able to meet our quota for a very long time. I'm glad things are changing in that space. We are growing in production. Our gas is there. We are a gas country. We need to do a lot more in the gas space. We are blessed with lithium in commercial quantities. Lithium is a major factor in the energy transition of the world, as electric vehicles and the rest of all things along that line are taking out shape, and we are blessed with it. Where is our 20-year lithium plan or the 10-year lithium plan about how we intend to tap into that resource and use it as a platform for transforming the energy space in this country, and industrialization also for that matter? So the gap is there. Power to power our industrialization is still not there. So there's just a lot to be done, essentially.
We must thank you very much, Bulao Olojade, who is policy analyst and finance expert, for being with us today on the Front Burners. We do hope that Nigeria can do better, and it will not just be us saying our economy is bigger than any other African country, or we have the biggest economy in Africa, but the citizens can actually feel that change, and we would be hoping for better days. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, it is World Radio Day. So today we're bringing to you radio practitioners, on-air personalities, those who have been in the broadcast industry for a long time and know what radio has contributed. The theme this year is radio and climate change. What is the role of radio towards climate change? Let's find out after this break.
Since the discovery of radio waves in 1896 by Guglielmo Marconi, the radio has become a powerful medium of communication all around the world, from real-time news updates to talk shows and all-round musical entertainment. Radio is truly omnipresent, proximal, timely, and endearing. From the traditional radio waves to present-day online radio, advancement in technology has taken radio to another pedestal, paving the way for more participation and inclusiveness in radio broadcasting. World Radio Day is celebrated every year on February 13th to recognize the importance of radio in news dissemination, education, and entertainment around the world.
Radio has evolved a lot, doing a bit of research from the early days when I started my career. I realized that even before some of us joined, radio moved from being a distribution center, for the BBC at the time, into becoming the NBC to Radio Nigeria, and then, moving up to the point where we now had first independent radio station, moving from just being a public service platform to becoming a commercialized platform, as it were. I remember, before radio was commercialized, it used to be strictly a place where, for public service, for announcements, for awareness, sensitization, grassroots engagement, development, and all of that. But, at least to becoming commercialized, even from the public sector point of view, into having the first private, radio station in the country, and then to now that the biggest radio market in Africa is right here in Lagos.
Radio in Nigeria began in 1933 under British rule. At first, it was used to relay news from the BBC to government officials. In 1951, Nigeria established its own radio service called the Nigerian Broadcasting Service (NBS). Later, in 1978, it became the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria (FRCN), which is still the biggest radio network in the country till date. In 1992, the Ibrahim Babangida's regime introduced media deregulation policies, which paved the way for the National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) Act of 1992 and allowed private individuals and organizations to own and operate radio and television stations, leading to the establishment of the first private radio station in Nigeria in 1994. At the moment, there are over 740 licensed and functioning radio stations across the country, with Lagos State taking the lead among states with the highest number of radio stations operating on the frequency modulation FM band. One of such is the first business, economy, and development radio station, the Isle 104.9 FM.
Radio has been able to impact on the community in the area of enlightenment and education, because radio is one of the most effective ways of communication in the developed world, in the developing world, and in the third world, because radio connects and radio spreads the news easier, closer, and faster. In the area of entertainment too, now we need more radio stations. We need more radio stations that are more business-oriented. Environmental issues are discussed. We talk about the environment. We talk about climate change. We talk about building bridges across continents.
This year's World Radio Day is themed Radio, a Century Informing, Entertaining, and Educating, as radio broadcasters are being encouraged to focus on climate-related issues and how radio can help spread the awareness about protecting the environment. Antonia Umor, Souq News Television.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the armed
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners, and we're still on policy discuss. Today is World Radio Day. I'm going to ring it like a bell so that you hear it, and that's because radio has done a lot in society from when it started in Nigeria in 1935 down to this time. It has helped shape society because radio remains a great tool to disseminate information, particularly to underserved areas. Some persons may not watch TV, but when it comes to radio, a lot of people listen to radio. Even when you go to the marketplace, you find their bookie is just by his corner with one, transistor radio, and is listening to information. To celebrate this day, we brought to you a veteran broadcaster, Patrick Oke, who is in the studio with us this morning. Good morning, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I should congratulate you guys for remembering radio, because now everybody seems to be, gearing towards television, as if television is all there is about mass communication. But just like you said, radio was the beginning, and I think in the latter times it also play a great deal of role.
If we're talking about radio and how it's helped shape society, like I said earlier, even when you get to the marketplace, you still find people listening to the radio, wanting to follow up on what's going on, what's happening, as much as they do their business. What would you say radio has been able to do in that regard, particularly in Nigeria?
Well, you find out that radio has a more penetrative power than television, because television is a very limiting medium. First, you have to have constant light. Apart from the fact now that you can just pick up anything on your phone. Before, it was cumbersome, and it was like a fixation time demanding. You have to be there at a certain time to see a certain program. But radio is like everywhere, Before now, it was like everywhere, just like you mentioned. You would see the, security guard with his little radio set, particularly in the north, which was, and you could do it with your batteries. You didn't need light, you didn't need anything. It's so, friendly everywhere. You can listen to it in the car, anywhere you are. So radio has a more penetrative power than television. And they call radio a hot medium because it can get everywhere. Television, on the other hand, is a cool medium. In other words, yes, it's more influential, like television can actually influence more people than radio, because you actually see and you become part of what you're seeing, and it's very easy to relate to it. But radio, you just get the information, you process it the way you want, and you take what you want from it. But as far as the power to influence, television has it. But then television's limitation is that it is situational and it's very time conscious, and you can only do it in certain places, not everywhere. Not like, of course, on your set. You carry the whole trouble in the world, even when you go on a retreat. They don't leave you alone. All the channels are there, you can do it on your phone. But it wasn't always like that.
Yeah, Congratulations and having you on live set today for me, it's a privilege, and I want to treasure that privilege. But looking at it, radio in Nigeria, before we come to the theme of this day's celebration, transitioning from public-owned radio to now private participation. And it seems that the Nigerian Broadcasting Service still sees radio as a social service, not minding the huge investment that come into it. And we cannot balance how we're going to just educate and inform the public with stakeholders' money, and of course not thinking about radio making money. How do you think that we can balance that? From
well, the thing is that you have to go back to the origin of radio. First of all, when we were a colonial state, the British needed to communicate to us, so they had the RDS, what you call Radio Diffusion Service, which was just a conglomeration of loudspeakers put at various places, locations which they wanted, where they could broadcast what BBC was doing. So it was like a colonial tool to galvanize a colonialized people. Then when the radio developed, it developed from the angle that it was a government tool to reach the people, to educate, to indoctrinate, to tell them how to be part of the national spirit of a Nigeria, of a nation. So that's how it developed. And until now, just like you say, that concept is still in the minds of all those who have been running it. But, you know, as modern society dictates, there is no free lunch. you can't have this service without a means to pay for it. So the commercialized part of radio, it just crept in these last days when people began to realize the information is not cheap, it's expensive. You need people, what they say is that it takes 11 people, 11 hours to produce 1 minute of television. And all that process is money. You can see what you do here, for example, before you put together, see what you look at all the reports and everything you have to do to get 1 minute of television across. So it costs money, it's labor intensive, so it has to be paid for somehow. But the origin of it was a system where government could reach the people. People have not broken away. If you say the people you are talking about haven't quite broken away from that mindset yet. But the situation in the world now dictates you can't have it like that anymore. You have to.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, I want to look at, from your generation, the way radio impacted the life of the people, and how it reflected in the life of the people. The motto, information, education, and entertainment, reflecting in the life of the people just because they have a radio set to listen to. Could you please explain that concept?
Well, the thing is, before, radio was not looked at as purely an entertainment medium. It was just like I said, it was the tool of the colonial masters, or later the federal government tool, to reach the people, to give them information that would integrate them into government. That was the essential thing. And later on, I think in the 1960-something, they now formed what you call the education arm of radio, which was very good, based in Ibadan. And the aim was to teach, because our people needed to be educated. Those who couldn't go to school needed a medium to learn from. So they had the educational service geared towards primary school, secondary school, technical school, colleges, and so on. And these were, programmed strategically in the programming schedule of the day. So that was a good thing, because educating the people, which is one of the aims of radio, was served through that, although information itself was educational, educative. Then the entertainment part of it was not so prominent at that time. People didn't quite see radio as merely an entertainment medium then, but now it is more, people are gearing towards more entertainment because they feel people are more attracted to entertainment than to serious stuff, and it's part of the trend of the modern person. People are looking for more entertainment than information, hardcore information. So the thing, it hasn't really shifted as much. I would say it has just evolved evolved in tandem with what the trend is, what is perceived trend is of what's happening in the world.
Okay, let's look at this trend and the effect it's having on radio. So first, there's the innovation that has come up that radio is no longer strictly audio, it's now audio-visual. So you have radio stations streaming, and then those who are listening can actually see the honor personalities, they can connect with them. It's more like they're better able to interact with them. And then we also have this innovations bringing on another type of communication, which is the podcast and other types of communication. Would you say these are competing with radio, or they're helping radio? What's your take on it?
They're naturally the next step of the communication experience, shall I say, where things start and develop. And people are no longer satisfied. In those days, I mean, when you had the RDS, Radio Diffusion Service, it was like a set of symbol to have it in your area, to have these loudspeakers in your area, and people were like, to have it was great, But many things have developed. It's no longer like that. People are not just pleased with seeing signs of tech. Because, you see, the awe about radio was, it was one of those technological advances which people, marveled at. In Yoruba, they called it asoromagbesi. That means something that talks to you. Wow. You cannot reply. So you understand. So that was very fascinating at that time. But things have changed a lot. Radio is not a competition, it's a progression. Before, I was just telling the little boy I came with that when I entered this building, remember in 1983, that's when it got burnt. And there was so much hullabaloo about what is going to happen to the building. And when I came in today and I said, yes, this is what's going to happen to the building, the Souq is here. I mean, this is, the whole place had been, renovated its fashion, and it's a very glorious compliment to what should have happened here. Do you understand? So you see, if you look at radio is not now, it has to meet the demands of the people. People don't just want to hear, they want to experience. And for you to where in our own day, Radio Nigeria was the only radio station. And those days, when they come to pick us, when we go to work in the Radio Nigeria van, we were so happy to just be inside the van because people just looked at you as if you were larger than life because you were, on radio. It's not the same anymore. There's so many radio stations, so many choices, so many different angles people are coming from that, there are who were the last national performers on TV, for example, who went on TV. NTA was the only, national television broadcasting station. So everywhere we went, people knew you in the north, in the south, in the east and west. It's not so anymore. It's not so centralized, So things develop. Radio must grow, must develop to meet with the demands of the current generation. And that is what is happening. It's not a competition, it's a progression.
Okay, thank you. Coming to the theme for today's celebration, radio and climate change. And we're also living in an environment where, of course, programmers and production people in radio talk more about entertainment. And that seems to be what sells. Are you thinking that the Nigerian radio space, is actually prepared for this kind of a hardcore communication?
No, it's not. The thing is this, that we must understand, if you look at the Western societies, they got to a zenith, then they started deteriorating. We haven't gotten there, yet we started deteriorating. Because we are at their level where entertainment is necessary because they have achieved most things, so they can afford to relax. We haven't achieved much, yet we're already relaxing, Oh my God. Yes. You see, we're buying the state they are at. After so many years of hard work, they've achieved a certain state where they cannot afford to just sit down and be entertained. But we have not reached that stage. Everything about us, you're talking about the climate, the environment. If you look at the environment in Nigeria, it's horrible. You know, they say cleanliness is next to godliness. Nigerians seem to be so godly, yet they're not clean, you know. I had a set of 12 Americans who came visiting. We had to entertain them and they had the misfortune, shall I say, of going by road from here to the east. So after spending 1 week there, when they got back, and I says to them, so you have seen Nigeria, so what do you think? And the next day they says to me, well, you know, the place is not so bad, but why are you people so comfortable with dirt?
That's a big one.
Yes, that struck me. And I thought, yeah. And I said, that's true. Because we're so used to it, it doesn't mean anything to us. I mean, you just walk past dirt every day, look at the whole place. You know, before you could drive from here to Badagry, and it had greenery, and you saw things. Now you go on that corridor, it's horrible. You saw all kinds of things come onto Marina. Marina used to be a nice pleasure ride, but now they put clothes on all along the way, the barbed wires, you look right, there's nothing to see that's pleasing. You know, so you talk about climate change, which is a very highfalutin term. We have not reached the stage which we should be worrying about climate change. We should be worrying about our environment, how to make the environment human and livable. We don't have that yet, this consciousness. And the thing is, it's so easy to do something about it. Because all you need to do is to tell everybody, make sure your environment and frontage is clean. If you don't, this is the fine. That's all. Nobody needs to do anything massive. Just let people like this building. You guys, you live here, you work here. Make sure your frontage is neat. If you don't keep it neat, this is the fine. That's all that is needed. And everybody will be up and doing. But because nobody is conscious, nobody is thinking, cleanliness is next to godliness. If you say you visit a country, what is the country? The country is the public spaces. That's the country. It's not, it's the public places. How are your streets? How neat are they? How neat is the environment? That's the country. People don't go into other people's houses when they travel, when you go abroad, for example. The country is the public space. And if you want people to respect you as a nation, you must keep and be conscious of your public space. You know, so this climate change thing we're talking about is, you know, slightly above our reckoning right now. Let us be realistic and face the things that we can control. Personally, I don't think you can control climate change.
All right, thank you very much. Now, from the advent during your time where radio was progressing to the current advanced stage that we are now, there's been this talk, content is king, content is king. And I grew up to hear that phrase. Would you say the content that was, you know, in the trend, your time, and now, how would you place them in the pedestal? Would you say it has been watered down now that we have many radio stations proliferated around the area? Or would you say it has more value than what it used to be?
Well, the thing is, you know, the technology to pass information has improved a lot. Very much like on our time. When we had these huge tapes, you had to edit and this. Yours, you just go somewhere and get it. As for content, if you go back to the early 70s or 80s, and you actually brought a radio program or brought a television program produced in those times, then you now compared it to what you have now, there's no comparison. There was much more quality, much more thought, much more order in all these things. People were deeper thinkers then than now. And you can't blame the modern generation because they're used to fast things, you know. In those days, if you saw a TV program, you'd be so engrossed. I mean, for example, tell me now, where are the village headmasters? Where are the cockcrow dawns? Where are all those, you know, the masquerade? This is what, you know, even now, when you sit down and watch those things, you'll be wondering, this was good, this was good. quality-wise, production-wise, everything. But people are so used to like just skipping over things. The depth of programming, although technology has improved, the depth of programming hasn't. People are getting, more narrow-minded, I think, and then they're taking so many things for granted. Those days on radio, if you went to the library of Radio Nigeria, for example, and you wrote down the title of a song, you went to the library and there was a diary, you would see the title of the song, not only the person who played it, but who published it, who was the lead singer. And you must state before you use it how many minutes you're going to play it for, because that determines the royalty that the musician and the publisher gets. And anything you wanted, all you needed was a title.
Okay.
Once you have it, all the information you needed was in the library. I'm not talking about the electronic library now, which
On a further note, technology was supposed to make things better. These days we're gradually seeing the veterans move out, retire, and the space is being taken over by young people. If you go to many radio stations, majority of the honored personalities are Gen Zs, very young people. So what's your advice to them in using technology to do research, to get information, so that even when you're talking, you have a handle on what you're saying, so that the listening audience can feel somewhat trapped. They're just there because they enjoy what you're dishing out.
You've just hit the nail on the head. I mean, now, any kind of information you want, you can get. Not like in our day when we had to read so many books and make so many references to get at some facts. Now you need to do. So you have access at the kind of knowledge and information which is awesome. It's awesome. So all it takes is a little time. You, the young generation, the Gen Zs, as you say, they are privileged. If they're really serious in their professions, they can do a lot because they have a lot at their disposal. So there's really no excuse. You guys should be 100 times better than we were because we didn't have access to easy information as you now do. Do you understand? So this is it. People have to be, all the Gen Zs or whatever, they are very smart, they look good, they look sharp and bright, but a lot are shallow. And that shouldn't be.
We thank you so much, Patrick Okoye, who is a veteran broadcaster. From the way he talks, you know that in his days on radio, wow, once you tune in, whatever channel he was on at that time, you cannot move away.
Can't touch the dial
Yes, you
anymore.
can't touch the dial. And I believe that the phrase, keep it locked, came from when people like you were on radio.
It was fun. It was great.
It's been an interesting conversation with you here. We hope to bring you another time and just have a talk with you. Okay, it's the World Radio Day. There are more conversations on it on the show today, and this will happen after the break. Keep it locked.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and
It's the World Radio Day, so don't be surprised when you get to see radio presenters on the show today. First, it was Patrick Uke, who's a veteran broadcaster. Now is Collins Teke, who is a radio presenter and also the head of radio, the Isle 104.9. So you get to see one of the faces of the Isle. You've been hearing the Isle. This is the Isle. Collins Teke, good to have you here.
The Isle have it. That's a good way to put it. Yes, it's always a delight to be here. Doctor, good to see you. Kumale, it's always
Thank you.
Beautiful to see you. You know, just listening to a previous guest, and it brought a lot of memories. And first of all, to sit here, it's a delight because, I mean, having done 2 decades, having people who have done maybe 4 decades or more, who are like the foundation of what radio, is, especially in this country, I think it's a privilege, and I must also, salute those who have been there before us. And that it's always good to connect, have that link between what used to be and what is possible.
To come. Okay, so let's take it up from what used to be, what is now, and what would come after. While talking with Patrick Oke, it was just a breath of fresh air. You could see that this man is one you could say knows his audience very well, and it is time for presenters like him, broadcasters like him, they keep you glued to the station that you're listening to. But these days we have even more stations, we have technology, but sometimes when you're listening, it seems like, what's going on here? Do the people even know why they're here? Yeah. So there seems to be a disconnect. And I know that off air we had the conversation where it was an argument of, those guys didn't train the ones who've come after them. And then there was also the counter argument of they did train, some of them were just untrainable. What do you think is the issue here?
Well, I'll speak about, first of all, I agree that there's been a drop in quality if you really look at it, from what used to be to what it is now. I would agree to that. And I would attribute that, first of all, to the commercialization of the broadcast industry and also the over-commercialization of the industry. I would say commercialization because originally radio was set up to inform, educate, entertain, for public announcements, for policy discourse. No pun intended, but that's what radio was created for. It was a public service, to the public. People listened to get information. There was really, that's why the FRCN was set up and all of those things. But then, sometime along the line, radio was commercialized, and that changed the whole trajectory. So it was now a question of who has a better business strategy, would survive. It's not about quality. So I think quality was affected by that. And then again, about passing on certain tenets or certain tradings from one generation to the other, especially in the broadcast industry. Also, I'm of the opinion that, the older generation maybe didn't put enough efforts, to really train the younger generations. I think most of them really spent a lot of time criticizing what has become. Oh, in those days, broadcasting used to be sweet. Yes, we agree. But if that cannot be carried on, then there are two sides of the blame. Yes, you mentioned the fact that, maybe the younger generation's untrainability or the inability to train them, not being trainable, must have contributed to this. But there's also the side of, the older generation. They did really, really pass on, some of these things to the younger generation.
Okay, thank you, Collins, and congratulations. Having you on set this morning on this World Radio Day, radio and climate change.
Absolutely.
And having that conversation with the veteran this morning, and he is talking about how prepared are we really for hardcore communication like climate change, and it seems not to be ready because we have not done even with the basics that we should be doing in the environment. And also talking about the paucity of knowledge or the depth of presenters as you have it today. And you're coming in at a very unique time where the trend seems to be about entertainment and music. How do you plan to survive this industry?
Well, the good thing is, as long as we do not move away, industries, technology, things can evolve to become something new. But the truth is that the fundamentals in most cases will always remain the same. With all the technological advancement in the media and radio specifically, the core of radio hasn't changed from being a platform for information, education, and entertainment in most cases. So as far as we stay with that core, first of all, it would guide us in our approach. And then to talk about the subject of climate change, I think it's important for us to know that the media, specifically radio, has a major role to drive in this core. Because in Nigeria, more than half of its population is in underserved or unserved communities. What that means is that they have no access to regular technology. Some of them are digital excluded. Some have to rely on radio for their information. So radio still is the most effective social medium, if you like, in Nigeria today. In fact, across Africa today, you have more people, factually speaking, with all the noise about what's happening online, you have more Nigerians who would rely on radio for information, for education, for enlightenment, for announcements, than even on social media. Averagely, you have over 100 million people who are online, Nigerians online. Most of them, they can't boast of, steady access to internet. So most of the people who live in underserved communities rely on radio. So that already positions radio in a place where, as far as this climate change conversation is concerned, radio has a major role to play. Now let's go back to the part of the key players, the presenters, the owners. They need to understand this fact I just mentioned for them to know that, well, it's online, it's not a thing. There's this mindset that radio is, everybody's online. Everybody's not online. Everybody is not online. In Nigeria, in Africa, everybody is not online. Recently, just to put more facts to this, recently the Rockefeller Foundation launched Project 300. They're trying to give power to 300 million Africans by 2030. That's because these are people who have no access to power. If you don't have access to power, automatically leave internet. Even if you have phones, you can't charge them. So if there are 300 million Africans, no, there are more than that, over 600 million. So they want to take half of that. So these are facts that we need to know, that not everyone is online. That brings back the conversation of the importance of radio and how the role is going to play in driving this sensitization on climate change. Radio will play the role of demystifying misconception about climate change. A lot of people today will not switch to solar because they believe that solar, if it rains, it's not the power is not as strong, or solar cannot power big things. They have this misconception. They say if it rains, it will not work. Large percentage of people cannot even adopt or accept some of the technological move towards combating climate change.
Yeah, but in specific terms.
Yeah.
Listenership to music, to be very specific, as again hardcoreness of issues like climate change or economy for that matter. How do you plan to survive in this kind of industry and environment?
There is a misconception about the listening habit of radio audience, which I think that we need to really correct. This is an opportunity. A lot of people think that the music and entertainment stations, as far as radio is concerned, are actually thriving. But the opposite is actually the case. The top 10 big stations in Lagos as it stands today, which is the biggest radio market in Africa. In the top 10, you have most of them are indigenous radio stations. I don't want to mention name. In the top 10, in fact, what you would not expect that will be the most listened to radio station according to the statistics that we have around, you'll be shocked that is a station that most of us in this room probably have never tuned to. That points to the fact that the majority of the audience that you have, as far as radio is concerned, they are rural dwellers. They are those who are in unserved and unserved communities. And that is why you have indigenous stations picking it up. Now, how I'm going to survive is that I'm not competing, first of all, with the music stations who are struggling. Even most of them are struggling to pay their salaries right now. They're struggling because, radio used to be the platform where people rely on for music, new music. And I remember we used to record youth cassette. I don't know how many of us remember to record, and if the presenter says something, keep quiet now, let me record the song. But everything has been digitalized now. And songs, you don't have to go to radio to get new music. You get it, in fact, while you're asleep, you can get it. So radio has lost that role. So if you're a music station, already you are the disadvantage. But where we have the lack of information and depth is what we're coming in. Who talks about the policies, the business policies? Who talks about development? How many people are aware that Lagos is not Nigeria? That there are millions of Nigerians that probably do not have half of the information that an average Lagosian has because of their disadvantaged position occasioned by the fact that they are rural dwellers or they are based in unserved and underserved communities. Okay. So I think that, in fact, I see a massive opportunity for us to thrive on a lane that, you don't have too many people looking in that direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. But just the way I normally call you, the Isle, Mr. The Isle. And your code name from henceforth is 104.9 FM.
Oh my God.
So, personally, I want to come from a different perspective.
All right.
The Isle, 104.9 FM. I want you to talk to us about it. The programming is a big deal. And this is one aspect that promoters, advertisers want to look at to put their products and public announcements so we can generate fund for the running of operations. So tell us about this programming and what you think will interest the people out there to want to tune in perpetually and not want to touch that dial.
All right. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kumale, for that. That's a very brilliant question. And I'll try not to give a lot of the strategy out there, but I'll, put it in clear terms to give people an idea of what to look forward to. I laid the foundation in my previous submission by saying that there's a large market. A lot of people do not even know, about a lot of government policies, even the agencies that are making the decisions that would cause either stall or bring about development in their communities. They're not interested in business policies because they don't have these things broken down to them in a way that they can understand. There's no depth. And this is what we're bringing to the fore. We're focused on business, economy, and development. Like I always say, these are the cores of our existence as a people. I mean, where would you be without business? The business aspect of things must be paid attention to for anything to thrive. Development must be a continuum for any society to boast of, any meaningful progress. So these are the key areas that we're focused on, and that's what gives the IEL the niche. And for us in content, like you asked, our content will be around these key areas. We break down key policies, we bring to you statistics, giving you insights into where you can invest, how you can be more economically viable as an individual, as a business. We also support SMEs, small businesses, nano businesses, because these are the drivers of our economy. We'll also focus on bringing, information about technological innovation and opportunities in that space, because these are core areas. These are areas that naturally will not be entertaining. You want more gossip, you want more this and that. We would bring it to you, and we'll bring entertainment into it. How do I mean? We can have a conversation and it's entertaining. I don't have to play music or dance or for lack of a better word, shake bum bum, just so that I get your attention. All right, I can actually present conversations in a very engaging manner that will cause you to want to listen and also be entertained. That's why in even our segmentation of our programming, from the morning, we try to also drive a good culture of seeing Nigeria as a good country. That's why we have one of the shows, Belt, called The Good Nigeria Show, which is about instilling that, sense of responsibility, that sense of good. There's a lot of bad news about Nigeria, but you and I know we're good people. There's a lot of goodness happening out there. We need to de-emphasize the bad and focus on the good. And then we have, belts like, that will talk about business, economy, and then belts on development, talking about family issues, talking about, how workplace conversations, everyday conversation that everyone can relate to. So the IEL will be a place where any and everyone can tune in, or should tune in and stay tuned and get informed, inspired, all right, entertained in conversational way, and also, expose you to opportunities that exist within our environment that we probably are not paying attention to.
Just to piggyback off what he was saying, in terms of programming and content, they say that how a thing is said is as important as the thing said. So when we talk about climate change, the conversation looks like it has to be different, or it should be different when it's coming to Africa because of our own peculiarity. Do you share the view that we should perhaps start small and start creating the awareness for people to pay attention to the environment, and then we can take it up? So how do you think the government policy can come in collaboration with that, so that we are tailoring the conversation to our peculiar need?
All right, I will take it from this angle because the Souq News Television is a global platform. So I would like to say, first of all, Lagos is not, I keep telling people, Lagos is not Nigeria. Do not use the enlightenment that exists around, the broad streets around Lagos, because of so many activities when it comes to conversations around global conversations around climate change and all of this. If you use that to judge, you're going to get a wrong picture of what exactly where we are as far as that is concerned. Now, having said that, the key area to focus on is sensitization. A lot of that, because of our peculiarities, a lot of people have several misconceptions. There are so many theories, conspiracy theories, even around the conversation of climate change. That also distracts our people, because we are people that if you want to hide something from us, just put it in a book. Most people will not read. I'm sure the doctor will agree to that. Most people will not read it. So because people don't do research and really find out and say, okay, what exactly is this? they find themselves in a situation where whatever junk, any conspiracy that comes up, they can take it. And because people are not educated, especially digitally literate enough to be able to, separate information and know this is deep fake, this is real, this is just, some kind of cyber attack, from what the real news is, people fall victim of that. So there is need to de-emphasize misconceptions and also, correct certain myths about the entire climate change conversation as far as Africa and Nigeria is concerned. And then the next step is, the media and radio, for example, I consider us as ecosystem developer. Our job is to bring key ecosystem players into one room, bring the private sector, the government, the public sector, and then the masses, the individuals themselves who are affected, have a way of engaging them, get town hall meetings and do all of these things so that they can be, they can talk at a level of, what our challenges are. Sensitization will come in, the private sector would push for funding, and all of these come together is how we need to approach this. But because the media, the radio, interacts with all industry, all key stakeholders, we need to play that role of ecosystem developer to ensure that we engage all the key stakeholders to play their part on this climate change conversation. But demystifying misconception, sensitization, especially at the grassroots, is the key way to go. Because the more people accept and know about this, the easier it will be to implement. A typical example is, if a lot of people think that their generating set is better than solar, because at least they know where they can get Boda Murika who would prepare the gen for them quickly, they know they just have to buy fuel. But because they don't know about the solar system, and you don't have a lot of engineers around you can just call, they have an issue with my solar and they fix it, they would rather go to stay with what they're familiar with. So these are some of the words that we have to put in. And of course, energy transition also plays a major role in the climate change conversation. So these are some of the issues that I think we need to pay attention to. Sensitization, so that more of our people would get to adopt and know what this is about, and so that they can join in the cause.
Still, talking about the Radio Day, what word will you have for NBC? Because there's a lot of view out there that NBC seems not to be too concerned about the profitability of private stations, based on some of the regulations that are out there. Today is World Radio Day. What word will you have for NBC to shape policy concerning private radio station toward profitability?
Thank you very much, Doctor. That's a very, very key conversation there. I know that before now, in the early days of the radio, they mention NBC. Hey, I'll be like, I don't want to talk. But today, we know better. And I think that at this level, it's important for us to call things the way they are. First of all, I think that the NBC needs to review its code, because I'm one of those with the opinion that the NBC code is obsolete. Radio has evolved over the years. The broadcast industry has evolved over the years. Changes have come. You can be using the code. I know they renew with the review from time to time, but even with the renewed or reviewed code, it still does not meet up with the times that we're in. They need to look at their code and then adjust some of the things that are not really applicable. They're obsolete. That's number one. Number two, they are always supposed to be aiding some of these, especially private sector-owned broadcast industry organizations or radio stations, to aid them to be able to succeed, instead of behaving like a last mile. Let me say it. We're in Lagos. Behaving like that is true. That will just watch you, see that you're taking one way. There's no sign. You just say, don't worry, I'm looking at him. Don't worry. The moment you get there, they just appear in front of you and say, we told you. I don't think that the NBC should also have that kind of approach. They should not be more interested in finding stations as against, put your interest in, helping them, guiding them. You're supposed to have the regulation, guide them. And I want to personally say that with a recent interaction with the zonal director here in Lagos, he seems to be a gentleman who also is taking that approach as against, carrying the hammer, waiting. What did they say? They've done bad. Oh yeah, find them. I think it's much more than that for him, and I think that's a good a good point to note here. But the NBC generally, Doctor, to answer your question, look at your code, all right, and then reorientate yourself to look at the broadcast stations as partners in progress and not as we're waiting for you, your enemies or whatever. I think that would be my message to the NBC.
One last question. This touches on the NBC code regarding conduct of the on-air personalities themselves. Some time ago there was a debate on the restrictions on on-air personalities regarding endorsement and several other things. We understand that the core business of on-air personality is to inform, but we also know there's a financial side. So a man who is not satisfied does not do the job the way it should be because he has other concerns calling for his attention. Now, what's your appeal to the NBC regarding that, particularly in light of recent happenings and how the entertainment industry, the media industry has evolved?
All right, so if I get your question clearly, it has to do with on-air personality endorsing products and brands.
And other restrictions on air personalities, which the code frowns at.
I think that's very dicey because the radio should, unlike the social media, the radio should be regulated. It's still the most authentic. In fact, even the papers cannot boast of, really authenticity in reporting compared to a broadcast station and radio. And I must give kudos to the NBC because they made that happen. Newspapers are allowed to be speculative, the right headlines to catch your attention. But radio, you have to be assertive. That's why there's a saying that if you're in doubt, leave out. Instead of trying to say what you don't know, you have to be sure. So that being said, they need to be regulated. And in the area of brands and people endorsing brands, why it's dangerous is because I think that, imagine a presenter who just read the news and gave it news, he's supposed to be, apolitical, and then he ends up endorsing a brand. So that naturally, it's a virtual contradiction.
So creates a bias.
Yes, it creates a bias. You're like, okay, I think Blessing, and I don't want to mention the brand. Blessing and XYZ brand, okay. Because of Blessing, now I'm going to buy that brand. Now that takes away your unbiased position as a broadcaster. And I think that's why the NBC hammers on that. Another thing again is the fact that instead of having your key presenters, there are different kinds of there are different people who play different roles on air. You can have back-end people who are trained to handle that aspect of a broadcast so that your key presenters stick to the job, talking about the policies, asking the questions without being... I know that can affect their pockets, and then the owners now have to look for a way to say that, okay, the reason this Blessing is not doing this hype is because of NBC regulation. So does that mean Blessing will never have an opportunity or will not benefit from if there's any benefit? I think they should look at a way of, bringing the benefit, even the ways of the main anchors. And these are things that can be worked out. But in terms of that regulation, I think it should be enforced. You can't have a major presenter who's on the news, is the same person hyping brands and all of that. It's going to create a virtual contradiction.
Okay, yeah. So it means that the NBC and owners of stations as well will have to work that out so that everyone is happy. And for the NBC code, it's not just to hold the hammer, it's to also tell people why they shouldn't do what they should do and have that discussion. So because there've also been conversation about having broadcasters when those codes should be reviewed. Sometimes they call for it, but I think that more should be done notifying them so that they can make their input and say, if you're holding up the hammer to say, if you do this, we'll hit you, if you do this, we'll hit you. Can we just discuss it so that we know what's coming and everybody abides by it? Thank you so much, Colin Steke, head of radio, The Eye, 104.9 FM. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Something is cooking.
Yes, that's the face of The Eye. And he's been in the kitchen for a very long time, and he started serving little by little the food that has been cooked. You know how they say there are 3-course meal. First of all, they give you the first course meal just to create some appetite, so whet your appetite, and then you have the main course and you have your dessert. So soon we'll get to main course. All you need to do to enjoy that is to make sure that you keep it locked to The Eye, 104.9 FM. We'll take a break. It's time for us to hear from you on Posts and Perspectives. To stay.
the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development.
Okay, it's time for Posting Perspectives. We're always eager to hear from you, so we do not do the talking alone. You know, it's a conversation. You talk, I talk. So we've talked, it's time for you to talk as well. We have handled a lot of issues here on the front burners today, beginning from news analysis, when our first story was about Nigeria reclaiming position as Africa's largest economy, and contributions online regarding that from you and others. Justice Omodiagbe says, if ever negative news can be amplified, then this is worth celebrating. We are getting out of the woods soon. Sounds very optimistic. And then Michael Thomas says, the per capita income is terrible. I know the president has set his target on $1 trillion economy in the next couple of years, but that's still not enough. Due to our population, the government must do more. And then Ukegbu John says, largest economy with the highest inflation and 36th world most corrupt nation. NOA is not a serious agency. Ordinary Rwanda is enjoying a better inflation rate, and all we hear is largest economy. How many companies shut down under the current administration? Okay, we'll take just one more from that, and then we'll push it on to the anchors. Nigeria is from Akerejo says, Nigeria's reclaiming of the top spot on Africa's largest economy highlights the impact of recent macroeconomic reforms and improved forex policies, but with a per capita income of just $2.20. Challenges like inflation, unemployment, and income inequality remain critical issues. Pri, you also had a view that when we talk about the tax reform bill, that the 800,000 naira annual income was way too low, and now the report that says Nigeria has reclaimed position as largest economy in Africa says that per capita income in Nigeria is $2.20. What's your take on this? Do you agree with those who are saying the report has not actually translated in the betterment of well-being for Nigerians and expecting more to be done while some also celebrate that it's good news we're getting out of the woods soon.
Well, it's quite laudable that at the moment we're in $450 billion as a GDP, while South Africa, we're like $90 billion ahead of South Africa. Egypt is about $300 billion. In fact, Algeria is $170 billion. That's not even the case. The case is, if you look at the European Union, some countries in the European Union, their GDP is not even up to what Nigeria has currently. Some are so way low, about $200 billion. Some of them even $163 billion. And I saw it in the chart and I was surprised. Well, we're doing good in that aspect, but until we begin to see a translation of those figures that we banded to reflect in the lives of Nigerians, in the purchasing power of Nigerians, in the economy where we have many investors through the FDI vehicle coming to our country to invest and to suck up the unemployed people in the market and invest in, where we can have plants and manufacturing hubs in the country where we put value into our raw materials and not giving out our raw materials on its own, then I can say, yes, we're standing on the right footing.
Okay, quickly to the World Radio Day conversation. Naim Karoli Babafan says, radio has been a timeless companion, bridging distance and connecting hearts through the power of sound. Happy World Radio Day. Yes, on behalf of the Isle 104.9 FM, we say thank you. And moving on, Ike Oshino says, well said, sir. I think radio is going to eventually make way for podcast. Really? Okay. See, Governor says, okay, see, Governor's comment is on tax, but let's attend to radio. So, Ike Oshino says, radio is going to eventually give way for podcast. Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, that will not happen. Yes, technology is evolving, and we must also understand that really more people listen to radio right now driving vehicles than they even do sitting down at home. And yes, of course, technology has tried to actually put television on the steering, on the vehicles, but it's always at the back of the seat. The driver can't listen to it. It's just to entertain passenger. And to that very extent, radio is not giving any way soon. It will still remain relevant. It has come to stay. It's even also embracing technology, going online right now, and people can find them on go. And one beautiful thing that I has done is also to sync itself with Souq television, and therefore we can actually see radio on television. And so radio is evolving. It's not going anywhere, and podcast is not taking over radio.
Okay. On the tax issue, the new tax bill has passed on to the second reading at the House of Rep. We talked about that earlier on, and C Governor says tax and tax. I would prefer to see more of government policies to impact and development massive production avenues first. Then you can tax the wealth coming from these viable businesses. Hashtag the front burners. And also, Gladys Godwin was talking about investment. Before we get on to investment, the tax bill, C Governor says he prefers to see more of government policies to impact and develop massive production avenues first before they are taxing the people. But government also needs tax as revenue.
Okay, I remember when I spoke with Professor Kabir, who is a former commissioner in Kano State, when he was actually giving his perspective about the tax reform bill. He was quite not happy that a larger chunk of the people in society who are earning less currently as we speak would not be included in the taxing system. So if government needs money, one way we should sell the tax concept to the people is not trying to let them know that government actually needed funds to operate, yes, but that government is using it as a strategy to develop revenue or to increase their revenue, but that they have a responsibility in the development and advancement of their country, and that government may not tax them commensurate with their income, but it could make them responsible to make them pay as little as 100 naira. So let's assume about 100 million people or 80 million people or even 15 million people will be exempted from tax by way of government policy. But you are able to give them orientation and speak to them that, look, in the development of your country, you are a stakeholder. You need to be a responsible citizen by paying, even if it's something as cheap as 100 naira, which they feel every Nigerian can pay, and you make them pay. They will have a stake and they will operate with a sense of responsibility, even when they look at public facilities that are provided by the government in their own vicinity and in their own society, to make sure they play a very critical role to sustaining development. I think government should look at that.
Okay, sir, we'll touch on one last issue, and that's okay, let's look at what NLC is asking, that Nigerians boycott telco services from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. every day, and it's starting today, Thursday, which is when they expect Nigerians to do this. So Ike Oshinowo says, give me a minute to get to Ike Oshinowo's comment. So he says, the message is clear and well advised. Now, NSA should sit down. 50% tariff hike. Okay, what does he expect NLC to do? If they said that you should boycott telecom services, you said the message is clear, and you're also asking NLC to sit down. Like, that's another way of saying, forget about it. NLC and 50% tariff hike, and they call for Nigerians to actually boycott telecom services.
Well, I think in every democracy, protest is a right that people have, and they have to express their views concerning some certain things. But I just think that it's not one-sided. I really wish that it's telco that's actually protesting right now to say, well, we can't do business, we need to go on break and see how all of us will eventually survive. But I just think in terms of fairness, that NLC should face issues that affect them, which is, of course, workers' welfare and from the employer point of view. And as long as they are not earning money from telcos, I don't think it's their business to determine how telcos should set their price. And that is really stepping overboard. And I think that we should respect boundaries and do things the way they are. Yes, these people are operating in the same environment as workers are complaining about hardship in the environment. Businesses too are complaining. And I think that we just have to draw the balance so that we don't kill the goose that is laying the golden egg.
Okay, this is where we'll draw the curtain on to this edition of The Front Burners. The conversation continues. You can leave a comment when you go to our YouTube page. Just leave a comment, the hashtag Front Burners, or you could try Facebook, Instagram, X. The handle is Souq News. So just leave us a comment. Tomorrow will be another time for us to bring to you the show. It's going to be a special one because I guess you know why. Love is in the air. We're looking at Valentine's Day. How is the gift industry doing? How many persons have shopped for gift for their Valentine? Let's talk about that tomorrow as we also look at other developmental issues that concerns Africa and the rest part of the globe. I am Blessing AJ from Dr. Dawson Samanze.
I hope I will get a gift from Valentine tomorrow.
Well, maybe tomorrow you can tell us if you bought a bouquet of flower. Do you know how much it is right now?
I also need a flower. I need some plenty of gifts, and I think it should not be one-sided. Yeah, it's here, the front burner. We unpack issues. We're live. We're unfettered. We tell the issues the way they are, and hopefully tomorrow we will be here to share light and unpack news that are trending in the space.
Priya Krumale.
Oh, yes, I'm from Oyin Priya Krumale. See you tomorrow. I've been told to put on red. Maybe I won't, but you already know it's going to be painted red all over. So do have yourself a splendid day.
All right, see you tomorrow.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former Commissioner of Finance. I was a Commissioner of Finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a Commissioner of Finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a Professor of Accounting in the university, but I double as a Commissioner of Taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected Professor of Taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then the made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my son is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation. but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament, or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5% as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services or insurance services or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. The state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up. And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter. to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2 over 3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1 over 3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. Okay, it is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for checkpoint, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net, So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country, who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having disagitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, once they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Wole Soyinka Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Hello, welcome to Between the Pages. Between the Pages is our book review show where we pick a special book, talk about it, have a conversation about what's in the book. We talk to the guests, which also happens to be the author, and everything surrounding that book. When we return, we'll take a break right now. We'll introduce you to the guest and the title of our book for this week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between the Pages, and today we'll be talking about a special book titled Retirement Reinvented. Such a powerful headline and thought-provoking too. And also it has a subtitle, Tips and Strategies for Actively Engaging Your Higher Purpose in Retirement. It's something I have a special question for the author about. So with me, my guest today is the author of this special book, Laja Shoniron. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that in the course of our discussion, we'll be able to look through some of the things in the book. Thank you.
We will look through a lot. Also with us today is CEO All Range Reading Academy. And it's so strange that we haven't had a lot of libraries and reading culture going on, which is one of the reasons why this is such a special show. His name is Mr. Ekom Henry Swama.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again.
You're welcome. So, straight to the point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Laja. Or should I just say Laja?
Yeah, Laja is good.
Laja is fine.
Thank you.
Well, you know, when you go to my village, you don't call elders by their first name. But let us pass with that. So first and foremost, you know, they say usually if you want to hide something from the black man, you hide it in between pages. In the book, in between pages. Are you trying to hide something from the black man?
That's a very thought-provoking statement. Actually, the first time I heard it, I was so angry.
Can you tell us why?
Because I took it personal when you talk about anything black, anything that has to do with, you know, this, even though I normally would tell myself I'm not a black man, I'm a brown man, but, you know, anything that has to do with, you know, this. So I felt that was an aberration, because that some few people don't read does not mean that everybody don't read. And I always say that, you see, when you have a challenge, you will read. And that's true in every case. If you have a recurring malaria, you find yourself looking for, okay, is there a book that I can read? If you know, it's a normal thing. And that's why I believe that books are something that we should not, you know, do away with. And then the fact that when people say hiding something in a book, I'm not hiding anything. In fact, I want more people to know about it. And that's why I put it in a book. Because one of the problems we have in this part of the world is the fact that every generation, and this is a mission or a passion for me, every generation starts from the scratch. And if you look at the other part, the other clan, they are more into documenting, you know, their lives. You see somebody, you know, I watched a video some time ago, and I read about this wolf that is now being cultivated to be guard to sheep. It's amazing. These are, serial killers of sheep before. But over the years, they domesticated them, and then they now become, you know, and that's because somebody did something, wrote it down, and then the other generation came, built on what was done, and as we speak today, those same wolves, you know, are now guardians for sheep. So I believe that the best way, the trajectory that we should take to develop Nigeria, to develop Africa, is to ensure that everybody writes a book. And I have this saying, if you are 50 and you have not written a book, you are owing humanity. And indeed, I mean it. If you are 50, you have not written a book, you are owing humanity.
I have to agree with you. Owing humanity. I like that one. So I must be planning to write a book soon, from what you're saying.
Yeah, very important.
Okay. Retirement reinvented. Why this book? Why is this so important now?
Retirement reinvented. Okay. Let me just back up a little bit. About 18, 19 years ago, I am a man of many things. I started out as an accountant, and coming from a family of tailors. My mom was a seamstress, so I was making clothes. So I had some clients in Ikoyi, and then I had gone there to see one of my big clients, you know. And on my way, I saw these elderly people, you know, sitting somewhere in Ikoyi, and I was really taken aback. All these old people, what are they doing here? And somebody now said, oh, they came to do their pension, something like that. And I felt, why would they subject them to this kind of, you know, treatment? And, you know, I got a little bit, I'm being a bit of an emotional person. It got to me. So a few days after, I heard on the news that some elderly people died, while, so that's, in fact, made me so emotional. And in fact, in me, and I started really being very agitated. And in the course of being agitated, I had this thing in my spirit that said, don't pity them. I was like, pardon me? I mean, I was alone, so I was like, who said that? Okay? Of course, I thought it was one devil that is. And then he said, they got what they deserved. And then went on to say, if you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. At that point, I knew it wasn't the devil that was talking to me. If you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. And that was where the journey started for me. And every opportunity I had since then, any opportunity, the first opportunity I had to do training was for MPA, and it was for people that are being, eased out of employment. So I did retirement planning, entrepreneurship, and stuff like that. I gathered all the resources that I could, and that was how the journey started. And so far, up to now, I still do a lot of retirement. So the book is actually more like a compendium of what I've done in the past 18 years. All right. So it's not something that just happened. It's a journey of 18, 19 years.
Wow, what a journey.
Yes.
Well, from the things you said, it brings me to my next question, because I was pointing towards it.
Okay.
Now, from day-to-day happenings and doing life in Nigeria, many do not have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that for us?
Well, I must say that retirement itself is a new phenomenon.
For us? Okay.
Yeah, everywhere. No, everywhere in the world. It's actually a new phenomenon. It actually started with the Roman Empire, and the essence of having a retirement stuff, it wasn't even planned. It was like, oh, okay, these people, these soldiers, they are no longer in active service in order to buy their loyalty. So the Roman Emperor, will give them a stipend just to keep them at bay so that they don't revolt. But at the turn of the, I think, 19th, 20th century, I think it was the German government that took up, this issue of retirement. And then at the turn of the 20th century, Europe, UK, America took it up and then blew it, and it became something that everybody's talking about. And when you come to Africa, the African context, there's nothing like retirement, because we work until we can't walk again. Exactly. So it is a new thing. I mean, we must understand that in African culture, and then even if you go the religious, if you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at all the Eastern religion, you find that there's no retirement. That's interesting.
No retirement.
Exactly.
Let's hold that. You don't want to work till you go.
Of course.
So
yes.
It's still between pages. Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between Pages, book review show on Souq News. So we've been talking to an author of Retirement Reinvented, and he's by the name Laja Shoniro. You said the last thing, we talked about not croaking before we retire.
Yeah.
So let me also I have a question for Mr. Ekom Henry Farmer.
Okay.
You run a reading academy.
Yeah.
What inspired such an initiative? I'd call it an initiative.
Yeah, thank you. We went into Reading Academy to help to cultivate the quest and the desire for reading precisely, we went into this academy to encourage young people, adults, primary school, secondary school, to set up a reading unit in their school. It's part of our corporate social responsibility. As a book dealer, as a library consultant, we deal on books. So we felt there was need when we saw the climate and the culture around, where students were becoming apathetic to reading. So we started going to schools, primary schools. We encouraged teachers, principals, heads of schools, proprietors to set up book clubs. We donated books to them, little books, novels, literature, social sciences, basic engineering, basic sciences, to help them to cultivate that reading culture as early as possible, because we believe when you catch them young, the trend goes on. So we go to the extent of doing debates. We fund debates, poetry writing, novel writing, short stories, folk tales, and we encourage them to also read about their culture and history. When we were in school, we did history. I did history of West Africa. We read about the Ghana Empire, the Kanem-Borno Empire. We read about the Mali Empire. We read about the Zulus, South African history. The Mau Mau in Kenya. We read about the slave trade. We read about Badagry. We read about the Great Trek. We read about the long juju of Arochukwu. And these are issues that help us to understand ourselves. And then when we now came to meet with African writers like Chinua Achebe, like Wole Soyinka, there are so many of them, Cyprian Ekwensi, Ngugu wa Thiong'o, and then we collected their stories. We found out that there was a midline where we met at a point, and we began to say, wow, so this is where we are. This is where we are coming. Achebe wrote about his works. He said, we have to know where the rain began to beat us. We begin to trace ourselves from there. You have to know yourselves. So reading is much of a journey. It takes you out of your world. It takes you to the other worlds. You know what is happening there. Reading will let you know about slave trade in the US, the slave plantations. You get to know that the origins of some music, the jazz music probably started the slave plantations. The bebop jazz and all that, those hallucinatory songs they were singing there.
That also became hip-hop.
Of course.
So let me take you to, I heard you talk about reading and all the culture. I also remember as a child, growing up, even as a teenager, we had libraries.
Yeah.
But I was waiting to hear you talk about libraries. Have you thought about, instead of selling these ideas of a book club to the schools, have you thought about how it was back in the day, where you situate the library like a national, international level library? So these books you're giving to schools will be there. People will come, like the reading culture from back in the day will be people will walk in, join, people walk in and out of there, people will walk shifts, read, it will be open all the time. I feel like that would be more of a thing that humanity can benefit from, because right now there are no libraries, apart from 1 or 2 scattered, sparsely available. What do you say to setting up libraries as against online book clubs from schools to school?
Well, I would want to say that there are libraries. There are libraries actually that you see, these are institutions under the purview of the government. Almost every local government will have libraries, but it's not well funded, it's not well equipped, it's not well patronized. If you go to the libraries, some of the local government, you find out that it's been taken over by rats, the books, it's leakages and all that. The environment's dilapidated, the fields is culture. You see a library in a big expanse of land, just a small building there. You see a house like a hut inside. You see there the staff, the workers' morale is so low.
Are you saying every local government has a library?
I want to say that.
This is new information.
I want to say
and I
that.
think one of the problems could be not letting people know have that information.
There is a program that was launched by the National Library, I think 2 years ago, where they try to resuscitate those libraries. But you see, the funding has to come, but there has to be a continuous enlightenment and awareness in what we're trying to do. Because one thing is for you to set up a library and get this material. The one thing for you to encourage patronage, and patronage is key. When people begin to like the idea of reading, whether online or offline, you find out that they'll begin to jointly manage these libraries.
Talking about liking of books, let me come to you, Baja. It's a book that is likable, even from the headline, right? But I also talked about what the subtitle, that I read earlier, tips and strategies for actively engaging your higher purpose in retirement. It hints at religion. Are you a man of the color?
Really, I must say, thank you, sir. I must say that one of the things that gives life meaning is understanding your purpose, understanding why you are here. I normally will say that every of our purpose in life is just one. And that one is basically make the world better than how you met it. And that is basically what every one of us, whether you are in music, whether you are in art, whether you are in technology, in whatever sphere you find yourself, basically is to make the world a better place than you met it. So, in doing that, many of us, because I haven't grown in this part of the world, I know many of us, if you ask 10 people, the courses they study in the university and what they would have loved to study, you find a lot of disparity. And in that, it means that there are gaps already. Okay? Now, the moment you are done with university or higher institution, the next thing is you are entering into work life. So there is no time for you to even play around with some of those things that you would have loved to do. I mean, some of us loved to write when we were young. Okay? Well, I mean, every child of God, as in, if you're a Christian, you're a man of the color. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
Okay, there goes my answer.
Okay.
Lastly, I want you to wrap with this question. There's your written rule that people retire into churches. People retire into church work. And for many, it's a misnomer. What do you speak to this?
For me, I don't think it's the right thing to do, because we all have very important role to play, in the development of our country and Africa as a whole. Now, when you look at somebody who has done 35 years, take for instance, in the corporate world, 35 years, and then after 35 years, he's been retired. That means 35 years of experience is just going to life down somewhere, fallow, unused. We remember not too long ago, some generals, some very high profile military officers were retired. Now, these are people that Nigeria has invested so much into. And they are saying they should just go home and go and do nothing. And now, some of them will now go and maybe begin to serve in a church or in a mosque and all of that. I think personally, I think it's a misuse of potentials, a misuse, of capability, a misuse, of capacity.
I agree with you.
Yes.
So lastly, what do you want the takeaway to be from Retirement Reinvented?
Retirement Reinvented. Thank you, sir. Don't mind me. I am a teacher, and so okay.
In a few words.
All right.
For want of time.
Okay. Retirement Reinvented is a book that everyone, whether you are in your 50s, you're in your 60s, you are retired, you need to go through this book. And it's a compendium, 18 years of study, 18 years of writing, and then we have it here. And I want you to be part of it. I want you to see it. A lot of people have come telling me, even yesterday I got a message from a 70-something-year-old woman who just finished reading the book and said, this is a fantastic job and all of that. And the book, our consultants will tell us where to get the book because he's the one that is, in charge. Yes.
Talk to us in a few seconds about where we can get the book.
Yeah, this book can be bought at our bookshop at Ojualega, all range professional bookstores, 24/5 Western Avenue, Ojualega bus stop. I wanted to drop a nugget about the book.
Please.
And having gone through this book, I found out that it has helped in moving us away from the traditional thinking about retirement. It brings us to a page, another chapter where retirement is being seen now as a new chapter of life, as a reinvigorating chapter, as a chapter where you can open up a new space to display those talents and those capacities that probably you were not opportune to do when you were in active service. So it's not just a time to rest and relax and all that. You can actually do much more on retirement after reading this book.
Thank you so much, Mr. Itwama, CEO, All Range Reading Academy. And also thank you, Raja Shoniro, author, Retirement Reinvented. So, viewers, we've come to the end of our show, Between the Pages. Same time next week, keep a date with us as we will review yet another very excellent book. Bye for now.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Utimata City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria (UACN) in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as the PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank plc, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills plc, and also he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa plc as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries plc as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
Hi, I'm Blessing Aichi, and this is Souq Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late George Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about George Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Olado Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amid celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based also people, the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. That was
now when you first met the big artist, for you for the first time.
I'll tell you a quick story. When I worked that looks in London But go
Spirit, Michael, I found
in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him in a worked fighters. You had Janet Jack to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. I'm going to be your talent. And it was him that came alone. So you can, with Michael, who had nature, yes. Meeting up and having to like be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At working for that stage, I was just starting. Jobs actually at MTV Europe, looking after George Michael. I was looking after him that day, and I kept him in management. That lady, give it, I want to say, 12 years for him.
Okay.
And 8. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that love the company. Come on, because he gave me many opportunities and so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing things like that. Him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow. Now, the award was like part of your career. When George Michael passed,
oh,
how was it? How did you take?
Oh, I was actually just reading a book, and to turn to me and thing on the iPad. Michael has worse. It was night, I must say, and because I'm currently BBC now, wasn't the BBC at the time. Friend, the BBC. Come on. What you so bonuses so we could go on holiday. This most humble he was very yes and oh he'd roll his eyes up like, yeah, you know, such a kind, personable, fun person, greatest bosses I've ever had. Forgettable, and I think his music, he talks about
Yeah. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like
is gone. It
Yes,
just
you
feels
feel
like
he's alive
it's still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a chef.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about the people, the media,
yeah,
the reckon.
Yes.
Talk about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah. Sometimes back. Sort of, I just and with a friend of mine in said it's really I thought simple. Nice hotel and to walk in. Yeah. She's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like yesterday,
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give. Hi, no matter how the day is going. I think took the time. Oh, what are you doing from? And I thought, beings, things like that help. That you overcome whatever the personality.
Now, being in that space, it's order artists of African descent in the entertainment industry.
Learn. Just recently, a mother's related to his father, and Harry. This was the late Hope Harry. Fathers, Harriman, a pagan poet, property developers, well known. Had a short in the not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and George. And refused to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to if you were, would it be? you. Why are you here? But I
food and drink festival, and basically the Dora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, what's over in Lagos, and we came over with Tom.
wow events talking about having
So you've
different.
been.
Oh yes, I have. Food critic. That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? You've got to be a chef first to have great love for food, to be able to grasp the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense have per se.
It's midday in Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome to the news on Souq News TV. I am Blessing AG. Let's get the headlines. President Tinubu meets Google CEO Sundar Pichai in Paris on the need to boost Nigeria's role in artificial intelligence. Federal government considers ban on 60,000-litre tankers to curb rising accidents. And Nigeria eyes 3 million barrels of oil daily as crude output rises by 4% in January 2025. Plus, Nigerian stock market hit 67 trillion naira as investors gain 779 billion naira. Once again, thanks for joining us. Another news in full. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has met with Google CEO Sundar Pichai in Paris to discuss a partnership to boost Nigeria's role in artificial intelligence and digital innovation. Tinubu emphasized Nigeria's growing AI sector, highlighting collaborations with Awari Technologies to develop AI software for local needs. Their initiative includes creating data platforms and a large language model for Nigerian languages with the National Center for AI and Robotics. This aligns with Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, focusing on economic diversification through technology. The Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy will oversee the project, with NITDA leading implementation. The new tax bill is scaled second reading at the House of Representatives. The tax reform bills proposed by President Bola Tinubu marks a significant step in modernizing Nigeria's tax system. The The four bills, Nigeria Tax Bill, Tax Administration Bill, Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill, and Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, were debated extensively before lawmakers approved their progression on Wednesday. House Leader Professor Julius Ionwere, who led the debate, emphasized the necessity of overhauling the country's tax framework, describing it as outdated. The proposed reforms aim to harmonize multiple taxes, reduce paid tax rate, and exempt essential sectors like food, healthcare, and education from VAT. Additionally, the bills seek to establish a joint revenue board and tax appeal tribunal to streamline tax administration and resolve disputes efficiently. The Nigerian Governors Forum contributed to refining the VAT sharing formula, addressing initial concerns regarding the proposed changes. Lawmakers across party lines largely supported the bills, highlighting their potential to enhance revenue generation, attract investment, and foster economic growth. Representative Bamidele Salam noted that the reforms would empower subnational governments to drive development. However, Rep. Sada Soli raised concerns about ambiguities in certain clauses, warning they could lead to misinterpretation or abuse. He urged the committee reviewing the bills to address these inconsistencies. Despite these concerns, the House overwhelmingly endorsed the bills after a voice vote conducted by the Speaker, Abbas Tajuddin. The bills will now proceed to the committee stage for further review and amendments before a final passage. The federal government is considering a ban on 60,000-litre petroleum tankers on highways to curb rising accidents, which have claimed 493 lives in 3 years. The Chief Executive Officer of NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed, disclosed this at a stakeholders engagement held Wednesday at the agency's headquarters in Abuja, aimed at addressing the recurrence of road tanker accidents and finding lasting solutions to the frequent incidents that have led to loss of lives and property. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, says tankers may be restricted to a maximum of 45,000 litres to enhance road safety. However, transporters warn that such a ban could lead to a loss of 300 billion naira in investments. The National Association of Road Transport Owners argue that better road infrastructure rather than tanker restriction is key to preventing accidents. Stakeholder consultations continue as authorities push for stricter safety measures, including driving training, anti-spill safety valves, and designated tanker routes. The federal government has declared it's committed to tackling the challenges in textile industry, promising manufacturers policy interventions aimed at ensuring fair competition for local producers. Minister of State for Industry, Senator John Eno, made a pledge during a visit to Sunflag Nigeria Limited in Lagos, attributing the sector's decline to unchecked imports and second-hand clothing. He revealed that 300 containers of textile enter Nigeria daily without paying duties, exacerbating the industry's challenges. Sunflag Nigeria's managing director, Alok Wadrak, lamented the sector's decline, noting that textile industry jobs have plummeted from 250,000 in the 1980s to just 10,000 today. He urged the government to protect local producers and ensure affordable energy to boost competitiveness. This current administration says it is determined to restore the sector's former glory with policies that promote local production and job creation. The Nigerian stock market closed on a high note yesterday, with equity investors gaining 779 billion naira as market capitalization surged to 67.3 trillion naira, up from 66.5 trillion naira in the previous trading session. The all-share index also appreciated by 1.17%, closing at 107,822,052 points, Strong performances were recorded across major indices, including the top 30 index, which rose by 1.2%, with a one-week gain of 2.36%. The industrial index also saw a boost of 2.11%, despite a year-to-date decline of 3.46%. Leading the gains was Dangote Cement, which surged by 3.88% to close at 431 naira per share. The rally contributed significantly to the rise in market capitalization, which hit 67.27 trillion naira. Positive movements were observed across various sectors, including industrial, consumer goods, banking, and oil and gas. In total, 462.14 million shares valued at 10.23 billion naira were traded in 15,629 deals, reflecting strong investor activity and confidence in the markets. Analysts attribute the bullish sentiment to strategic positioning by investors seeking to maximize returns in key blue-chip stocks. The market's positive performance signals growing investor confidence and could pave the way for further gains in the coming sessions. Federal governments to rejuvenate the Bank of Agriculture in order to enhance food security. We'll bring you details of that report after this break. Just stay tuned. Many thanks for staying tuned to the midday news on Souq News TV. Moving on, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security Aliyu Abdullahi says the federal government is committed to revitalizing the Bank of Agriculture (BOA) to enhance food security. Speaking with Newsmed in Abuja, the minister reiterated the need to reform the BOA to make food more accessible and affordable for Nigerians. He also stressed the importance of Nigeria producing the food it consumes, as efforts are being made to develop farm clusters across the country. Last week, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, had announced that the federal government had begun the process of recapitalizing the Bank of Agriculture to enhance food security, stabilize prices, and support farmers with improved access to credit and resources. In another development, Nigeria's Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lukuburi, has expressed confidence in the country's ability to achieve the production of 3 million barrels of oil per day this year. Speaking at an energy conference in Lagos, Lukuburi stated that the increase would include crude and condensate, emphasizing Nigeria's commitment to investing in oil and gas as a solution to energy poverty. He added that the country aims to boost production without conflicting with the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries (OPEC) guidelines. Lukuburi also urged African countries to collaborate in addressing energy poverty, highlighting the need for a transparent and stable investment environment. Meanwhile, Nigeria's crude oil output rose by 4% in January 2025, reaching 1.737 million barrels per day, up from 1.667 million barrels in December 2024. This represents a 5.7% year-on-year increase. However, the country fell short of its budget target of 2.06 million barrels per day, although it met the OPEC quota of 1.5 million barrels per day. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission noted that Nigeria remains Africa's top crude oil producer, with ongoing efforts to reach the 2025 budget target essential for the 49.7 trillion naira, which has been raised to about 54 trillion naira. Lukuburi further highlighted progress made since a presidential directive to increase oil production, underscoring the administration's commitment to transforming the sector and attracting investments. The country's rig count has doubled from 16 in 2021 to 32, reflecting intensified efforts to enhance crude oil production capacity. The Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE, has called for urgent investment in the nation's oil and gas sector to boost exploration and production. NAPE President John Bosco Uche emphasized the need for capital inflow to drive geological discoveries and unlock new opportunities. The association also announced Nigeria's participation in the upcoming Africa Oil Week in Ghana, where the country will showcase its latest exploration prospects. In a strategic move, NAPE has partnered with the European Association of Geoscientists and Engineers to highlight Nigeria's upstream potential at the event. With Nigeria and Ghana ramping up production, experts say increased investment and deal-making are crucial for the sector's growth. Today, we celebrate one of the most powerful mediums of communication that has stood the test of time, and that's the radio. From delivering breaking news and entertaining millions to educating communities and connecting people across vast distances, radio has remained a vital source of information and joy for decades. We'll bring you more about the World Radio Day in this report by Antonia Umor.
Since the discovery of radio waves in 1896 by Guglielmo Marconi, the radio has become a powerful medium of communication all around the world. From real-time news updates to talk shows and all-round musical entertainment, radio is truly omnipresent, proximal, timely, and endearing. From the traditional radio waves to present-day online radio, advancement in technology has taken radio to another pedestal, paving the way for more participation and inclusiveness in radio broadcasting. World Radio Day is celebrated every year on February 13th to recognize the importance of radio in news dissemination, education, and entertainment around the world.
Radio has evolved a lot, doing a bit of research from the early days when I started my career. I realized that even before some of us joined, radio moved from being a distribution center, for the BBC at the time, into becoming the NBC to Radio Nigeria, and then, moving up to the point where we now had first independent radio station, moving from just being a public service platform to becoming a commercialized platform, as it were. I remember, before radio was commercialized, it used to be strictly a place where, for public service, for announcements, for awareness, sensitization, grassroots engagement, development, and all of that. But, at least to becoming commercialized, even from the public sector point of view, into having the first private, radio station in the country, and then to now that the biggest radio market in Africa is right here in Lagos.
Radio in Nigeria began in 1933 under British rule. At first, it was used to relay news from the BBC to government officials. In 1951, Nigeria established its own radio service called the Nigerian Broadcasting Service (NBS). Later, in 1978, it became the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria (FRCN), which is still the biggest radio network in the country till date. In 1992, the Ibrahim Babangida's regime introduced media deregulation policies, which paved the way for the National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) Act of 1992 and allowed private individuals and organizations to own and operate radio and television stations, leading to the establishment of the first private radio station in Nigeria in 1994. At the moment, there are over 740 licensed and functioning radio stations across the country, with Lagos State taking the lead among states with the highest number of radio stations operating on the frequency modulation FM band. One of such is the first business, economy, and development radio station, the Isle 104.9 FM.
communication. Environment that we talk about. About building bridges across continents.
This year's World Radio Day is themed Radio, a Century Informing, Entertaining and Educating, as radio broadcasters are being encouraged to focus on climate-related issues and how radio can help spread the awareness about protecting the environment. Antonia Umor, Souq News Television.
Congratulations on World Radio Day to the Isle 104.9 FM and other radio stations across the globe. Away from that, the Nigerian Railway Corporation NRC and APM Terminals Apapa have relaunched the Apapa-Ibadan standard gauge freight rail service, operating on a fixed schedule with departures on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. The service connects the Lagos Port Complex to the Nigerian Railway Corporation Freight Yard in Monia, Ibadan, offering an alternative to road transport and easing congestion. Speaking at the launch, NRC Managing Director Dr. Kayode Okwefa described the development as a milestone in Nigeria's logistics sector. He highlighted the increased cargo capacity, noting that each train trip can transport up to 35 wagons, equivalent to 35 40-foot containers or 70 20-foot containers. Chief Commercial Officer of APM Terminals Nigeria, Caroline Obet Adewi, emphasized that the revamped service ensures efficiency and reliability in cargo movement. She also noted that investment in rail infrastructure have boosted export volumes by 43% in the past 2 years, strengthening Nigeria's multimodal transport system. Moving now to the power sector, Nigeria's electricity grid suffered its first major collapse of 2025 yesterday, plunging homes and businesses into darkness as power generation crashed from over 4,000 megawatts to just 1,334 megawatts. The disturbance has affected major cities including Lagos, Abuja and Osun. As at 1 p.m. yesterday, generation had dropped further to 1,229 megawatts before gradually recovering to over 2,000 megawatts by the evening. In the telecom sector, there are reports about the NLC threatening a nationwide shutdown of telecom companies over tariff increase. Let's bring you details of this after this break. Please stay tuned. Now the story. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC has issued a stern warning to telecommunications companies over the recent 50% hike in tariffs, demanding an immediate reversal to avoid a nationwide shutdown of telecom services starting March 1, 2025. The NLC expressed outrage, accusing the telecom operators of breaching an earlier agreement reached with the federal government and the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) to protest the tariff increase. The NLC directed workers and willing citizens to boycott the services of MTN, Airtel and Glo daily between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. effective February 13 until the end of the month. It also urged the suspension of data purchases from these companies. In response, the Association of Licensed Telecom Operators in Nigeria, ALTON, criticized the NLC's threat, calling it an overreach and warning that any action to shut down telecom facilities could pose serious security risks, potentially leading to accusations of treasonable felony. Meanwhile, the National Association of Telecom Subscribers in Nigeria, NATCOMS, criticized the NCC for allowing the hike, urging the regulatory body to sanction the telecom operators. The situation remains tense as stakeholders await the outcome of ongoing deliberations between the government, telecom operators, and labor unions. Policy expert and financial analyst Gbolahan Olojode has called on the federal government to accurately measure the size of Nigeria's economy by incorporating the contributions of the informal sector. Speaking on the Front Burners, a breakfast show on Souq News Television, Olojode highlighted the vast economic activities within Nigeria's informal sector that remained unaccounted for in official data. He stressed that much of what is currently measured reflects only the formal sector, which does not provide a comprehensive picture of the economy. To address this, he urged the government to establish its own framework for economic measurement instead of relying solely on data from international bodies such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. According to him, this approach would provide a more accurate representation of Nigeria's economic strength and support efforts to regain its position as Africa's largest economy.
There is a huge informal sector in Nigeria, and a lot of what is going on in that informal sector is not being captured. We also have a lot of dependencies around. So there are people who part of a chunk of the income that they live on is not even from the work that they do at all. Those are not being captured. So we need to adopt a situation in which Nigeria as a country determines how and what it wants to measure. It will help us a great deal to even out our numbers rather than just rely on maybe what the World Bank is saying and what IMF and the rest of them are saying. We understand our economy more than any other person, and we should tap into the peculiarities of that economy to do a proper measurement of the true size of this economy. As it is today, I think most of what we still measure are in the in the formal sector.
On the impact of fuel subsidy removal, Olojode pointed out a disconnect between the government's increased revenue and how it is being utilized to improve the lives of Nigerians.
The chances are that if we had continued without doing something about the subsidy, the nation will have gone belly up. The capacity to meet obligation will have become glaring. Creditors will have come after us, and we will have had to go on our knees, the way Ghana had to do a couple of years ago when he couldn't meet his obligations. However, I hope there's a lot more that is expected from the additional revenue that government made. It seems as if there is a disconnect between these gains in revenue by government and how this gain in revenue seems to have been deployed to the benefit of the people. There seems to still be a gap there. So there's a lot more that can be done, but there is no doubt in my mind that there are certain gains that have come from those policies.
He emphasized the need for greater transparency and accountability in deploying these funds to ensure tangible benefits for the people. Veteran broadcaster Patrick Oke has stated that Nigeria's communication landscape is not yet prepared for in-depth discussions on climate change. Oke stated this on Souq News Television's breakfast program, The Front Burners, in commemoration of this year's World Radio Day. The veteran broadcaster said while climate change is an important global issue, Nigeria should first focus on more immediate environmental concerns to ensure a robust environment where businesses and the economy can thrive.
The thing is this, that we must understand, if you look at the Western societies, they got to a zenith, then they started deteriorating. We haven't gotten there, yet we started deteriorating. Because we are at their level where entertainment is necessary because they have achieved most things, so they can afford to relax. We haven't achieved much, yet we're already relaxing, We're buying, you see, we're buying the state they are at, after so many years of hard work, they've achieved a certain state where they cannot afford to just sit down and be entertained. But we have not reached that stage. Everything about us, you're talking about the climate, the environment. If you look at the environment in Nigeria, it's horrible. You know, they say cleanliness is next to godliness. Nigerians seem to be so godly, yet they're not clean.
Meanwhile, head of station, the IL 104.9 FM, Collins Teke, has attributed the declining impact of radio to over-commercialization. Speaking on the heels of the World Radio Day, Teke noted that radio was once primarily a public service platform, but the impact of profit-making has contributed to the looseness of radio broadcast contents.
I agree that there's been a drop in quality, if you really look at it, from what used to be to what is now. I would agree to that. And I would attribute that, first of all, to the commercialization of the broadcast industry and also the over-commercialization of the industry. I would say commercialization because originally radio was set up to inform, educate, entertain, for public announcements, for policy discourse. No pun intended, but that's what radio was created for. It was a public service, to the public. People listen to get information. There was really, that's why the FRCN was set up and all of those things. But then, sometime along the line, radio was commercialized, and that changed the whole trajectory. So it was now a question of who has a better business strategy, would survive. It's not about quality. So I think quality.
Both broadcasters called for concerted efforts in ensuring that the positive impacts of radio are not compromised, as the development of any society relies on the quality of information that is disseminated both locally and internationally. And now to bring the news to a close, a quick sports story. As the NPFL has ensured all postponed games are up to date with the fixtures, the Nigeria Premier Football League (NPFL) featured 3 games in hand on Thursday 13 to ensure all postponed games were up to date with the NPFL fixtures. The Nigerian League is currently entering week 25 of the season. Amongst the 3 games, Kwara United faced the Shooting Stars as the Harmony Boys defeated the Shooting Stars 2-0 with goals from Mohamed Kabiru in the 22nd minute and Abdullahi Ojifini sealing the win in the 57th minute of the game. Meanwhile, the Kano Pillars narrowly defeated El Kanemi Warriors 2-1 in a close game that saw them climb the table to 9th position, sharing points with Kwara United. The winning goal came late in the 90th minute in dramatic fashion of the game. The last game of the night saw Bender defeat Eyimba at home by a 0-0, increasing their chances at entering the top 10 of the league table with only 3 points behind 10th place Eyimba. That's our package on media news on Souq News TV. Many thanks for watching. I'm Blessing AJ. Good afternoon and stay with Souq News TV for more programs.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
From the press, good afternoon, and thank you. China will hold a signature event on multilateralism and global governance. It will be a Security Council high-level open debate on February the 18th under the theme of practicing multilateralism, reforming and improving global governance. The Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi will come to New York to preside over this meeting. We are also inviting foreign ministers or senior officials of other countries, including non-security members, to attend. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations this year, and as the world enters a very turbulent period, the open debate aims to encourage countries to revisit the original aspirations of the UN, reaffirm their commitment to multilateralism and the important role of the United Nations, including the Security Council, and to explore ways to reform and improve the global governance.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Finds a wife, finds a good thing, and obtains favor from God, says the Holy Book. Among the many blessings of life, marriage stands as one of the most cherished. Today we gather to celebrate the union of Omaka and Augustine, and wedding bells rings as it marks the beginning of a new journey. Family, friends, and well-wishers are gathered together to share in their joy. My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast, taking it straight from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. We'll be having conversations, I must say special conversations, as it relates to today's event, and that we will be doing right after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is still Souq Podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. So we have a guest in the house who will be telling us about the couple, the newly wedded couple. Magnus, it's nice having you today.
Thank you very much.
So tell me, how are you related to the couple?
So, Omaka, my dear sister, she's basically the one after myself. So in the pecking order of birth, I was born first. She came after, and then I have a couple of the brother and the sister that came just afterwards. So being the sister that directly comes after me, you can understand the bond that we have. Before the rest of my siblings were born, it was just two of us.
Oh yeah.
Who kicked it out in the world, who did all the hide and seeks and all of those things until the rest of them came. And of course, this relationship carried on and on and on, even all the way to primary school, secondary school. We did all the naughty things our kids would do. Fun things about Omaka is she's always loved cooking.
Okay.
And for some reason, she ended up studying law in uni.
Okay.
And then did a backtrack in 360. Or should I say, is it 360 or 180? No, I won't say one thing. I would say she did a 90 degrees and went to culinary school. And now she's now a
But initially, she do not like cooking.
No, she's always loved cooking.
Oh, she's always loved cooking. Oh, I
so
see. No wonder she decided to go for
It was so
culinary
notorious
arts.
that she would take the pots and the pans in the house, take them to school. You know, they have this home economics in secondary school. And then she would just go there and cook food. And she would come back home with nothing. And we'll say, where is the food you cooked? You took all of our dishes and then
Okay, so how do you feel? How do you feel having a man, the love of her life, taking her away from you?
I think it's a fulfilling experience. Being myself married, to a lovely wife, SA. I can understand, what they're both going through at the moment. The affection they have for each other, the bonding that they have for each other, the love they have for each other, and I can tell that it's genuine. And looking at the amount of time they've spent together, even before they got married, it's pretty obvious that these guys were made for each other. So there's nothing to worry about.
All right. So before I let you go, tell us that beautiful moment, memory that you cannot forget about your sister. Something you just can't forget in a hurry. That's always been in your mind.
Okay. Something I can't forget is the fact that whenever she's always the type that likes to manage things and manage people, and whenever she just comes around, she wants things to be organized. She's always saying, do this way, do this way, do this way. The perfectionist in that sense.
I see.
Omaka. No wonder she's an award-winning chef.
I see.
Multiple award-winning chef.
Oh wow. She's an award-winning chef. Multiple award-winning chef. This is to say that I think her husband wouldn't even dare to eat outside for one day.
No, that's sorted.
I want to believe so.
That's sorted.
Wow. So one word for the couple. One word.
So the prayer is for God to just keep the family in marital bliss. There shouldn't be any situation that would tear them apart, but rather every situation that they go through, positive or negative, should make their bond stronger. Because I've come to realize now, being married for about 5 years, that life in the wedding or in the marital life is an ongoing institution. So marriage, when they say institution,
it's a continuous process, right?
Exactly. Like when you're in uni, it's an institution. Marriage also is an institution. So you're always learning about each other. You're always, finding out new things about each other. Find out your strengths and your weaknesses, blending them together. That's why they say 1 and 2 will become one.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Thank you very much for your time. Please tell us your name again before you go.
Oh, my name is Magnus Abel Orugu.
Thank you.
To the bride.
Brother to the bride. Thank you so much, Magnus. Thank you. So again, I bring to you a special man. Oh yes, the father of the bride. And I'm sure he has a lot to tell us about Omaka today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure. I'm fine, thank you. It's a pleasure having you at this corner.
Thank you.
It's all about Omaka and Augustine. How do you feel today? Tell us.
Wow. I'm excited. So excited. We have been looking forward to this day, which has come. So I'm excited. And I want to thank God for a day like this.
So tell me, what's that thing about your daughter, right, that you just cannot forget, and you're feeling like, oh, she's actually going away. Though we know that it's for good, but then you just have this feeling like, oh, my daughter is going away. What's that thing so special you can't forget?
Oh, she's so special. So special. So she's so close to me, and as my first daughter.
I see.
When I had her, I was very, very happy, and it has been very easy journey, right from our baby to toddler to teenager to youth, and then to this age of maturity. So there are a lot of stories
about her. So you've been in the journey for so many years. Obviously, I need not to ask about that, but I want to say, what do you have to say to this newly wedded couple?
Well, they are very, very good couples. very, very good couples because when I met the groom first, you know, they don't live in Nigeria here.
Okay.
So when we're making a call, you know, one of these video call, and I saw him. He looks very, very promising.
Okay.
But all I just said that day is that a young man, I can see you over there, but I don't know exactly what you are doing. I don't know exactly what you are doing, but I'll just take it. I'll just keep it to myself that, like, I did not see you. After saying that, when I talk to him again, I ask of his parents. I would like to meet with your parents.
So we'd just like you to share a word of advice, you know, because so we can have more people come and just go and talk about it.
Yeah,
Your advice to them.
My couple of advice to them is that they should build their marriage on the foundation, on God's foundation.
Thank you.
By putting their trust in God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's it. That's the father of the bride. Trust me, a lot of people are just in the waiting corner, wanting to talk about Omaka and Augustine. Souq podcast is still on, bringing you more interviews about the newly wedded couples in a bit. I told you, a lot of people are out there waiting to talk about Omaka and Augustine, the newly wedded bride. And right here, I have the mother of the bride sitting. And we, of course, I mean, I'm also super excited, I must say to you. Hello, it's pleased to have you here, mother. Thank you so much. So tell us, straight to the point, Omaka, I don't know why I keep saying Amaka. Anyways. Amaka. So Amaka. The child is beautiful. Her child is beautiful. I love that. And you know, she's actually beautiful. She's a beauty. Okay, tell us about Omaka and Augustine.
Omaka is my daughter. Great. So pretty and so intelligent. She knows what she wants. And she's a very patient person. When she needs something, you would think that she doesn't want it. But she calmly and steadfast, she receives it. Augustine too, they have a similar role to play in life. When they find each other attractive, I know the moment I see them, I know they work together because they are so happy with each other. You see Augustine talking to Omaka, you will think that the world is around.
Oh my!
Smiling all the time, making himself so happy.
Love in the air.
Yes. You know when you see two couples God has blessed, bring together, you will see the radiation of life in them. That is how the two magnets come together.
So tell me how you feel today, and we're also going to wrap up.
So
you telling us your wish for the children.
My greatest wish for them, where I did not step, let them start from it. Wherever I ended, let it be their starting point. Success, good things of life, good health, everything you can name of. Above all, I want them to know God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great having you. You are just joining us. This is Souq podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. We have again at this corner Reverend Badebo. He actually did the joining of the couple. It's pleased to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what is marriage all about? I think you really need to go deep into this since you did the joining.
Okay. Marriage is God's plan for a man and a woman. I must emphasize that fact.
A man and a woman, just the two of them.
Yes,
okay.
Not a man and a man, not a man, but a man and that is God's plan.
Okay.
According to the scriptures, to fulfill God's purpose here on earth, which is one, to dominate, to subdue, and procreate, and dominate the whole world, and which we have been seeing man right from Adam and Eve even up till now. And that's the purpose. And the purpose of God for marriage is to one, to avoid sexual sin, to avoid immorality, and then to create an avenue where you can have sex without feeling guilty. Then also, it's also to ensure that the man and woman have a companion, a friend, a comforter at all times. You know, many people in the world today are in the world, in the crowd, but they are alone. But marriage works well. That is where the two of them are friends. But that is very, very vital. And they know what they are doing. And then therefore the purpose of God, they become friends of one another. And that we know that some of the problems we are seeing today that people are facing, which include loneliness, depression, all sorts of emotional issues.
Okay, so a lot of marriages are crumbling today, and we really feel sad because it's a good thing to see people come together and stay together. But by the time we begin to receive reports like, oh, this marriage crumbled, or divorce here and there, we feel so worried. What would you say would be some of these reasons, and how can it be at least reduced, even if we can have that eradicated totally?
It can be reduced, perhaps even eradicated. But you know, when we are married for our own reasons, not for the reason for which the owner of marriage, you know, it's like you going to go and buy a Toyota vehicle and you decide that, oh, this vehicle I run it any way I like, any way I want. It does not work that way. The owner's manual is the Bible. So any home to succeed, like the preacher said today, you must follow the pattern of God, the order of God, which is one, the man must love. Not just sexual love. Love in good times and in bad times. Love with all that you have. Love as Christ loved. Then the man must what? Submit as unto God. So if the two of them are doing what they should do, then there will no need for divorce.
All right, give us one word for this newly wedded couple.
My word to them is that they started the journey with God, and then continue with God and come to God and love one another, respect one another, and also plan to do such a thing like this for their own children together.
Record purpose before you leave, tell us your name in full.
My name is Reverend Badibo A.M.
Thank you so much. Thank
God
you.
Bless you.
Again, we'll have a friend of the couple. At this corner, it's Souq podcast, like I've told you before, and we are still on. It's all about Omaka and Augustine. Afoma, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you sitting here today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us about this amazing couple.
I mean, I think the one unique perspective I have about them is that they are individually responsible for me meeting my husband.
Oh, I see.
So the first time I met him, God had invited me and my friends over to a party. And then the second time I met him, Amaka had invited me over to a different party, and then that was when
at different occasions,
like almost a year apart.
So you're talking about how many years now?
So the first meeting was in 2020, the second one was in 2021. Yeah.
So tell me, what is that unique thing that you just can't forget that's about them?
I mean, I think it's really how close, like how slow and how slowly they've grown close together. I mean, I think initially it was friendship, and then they've just really taken their time. I think that's one thing I appreciate, and I would say about their relationship is that they took their time to get to this point. They have owned their journey. It's been years, 100%, and I mean, I'm not only happy for them, I'm very proud of how they've done that.
Okay, so if you know them this much, tell me something about them, the food they like, the color, perhaps if you do know.
I know that Amaka is an expert in a particular kind of cuisine, and then, you know, she's a chef. One thing I find interesting about your relationship is that Gus also cooks once in a while, and then I know Amaka doesn't really like cooking at home. So I think it's a very weird, I think it's one thing I find weird, but I mean, that's their dynamic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. For record purpose, could you just tell us your name in full again?
Sure, Afoma Ofodiwi Karibo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Again, we'll have a friend of the couple in the house, Mavi Akintola. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Just tell us about the newly wedded couple.
Well, of course, Omaka and Gus,
They're my friends from Abu Dhabi, but I've known Amaka since law school. But I met Gus in Abu Dhabi.
So tell me something special about this couple.
Something special was we didn't expect them to get married.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so
why?
why?
Just because they're just very different people. They don't conform to the norms and they live life on their own terms and they're not very traditional, so to speak. So they're very modern, very contemporary. So when they decided that you're going to get married, I was like, wow,
Seriously?
hallelujah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, so
But
it
we're
was-
really happy for them. Yes.
So it was a lot of surprise for virtually
100%. Yes.
Wow. So your prayers and wishes for them?
Lots of money, good health, long life, prosperity, and a peaceful and a happy home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
And again, it's Oyinkan Elders on this side of Souq podcast, and she's a friend of the bride. Hello, Oyinkan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So pleased to have you here. So tell me, for how long have you known the bride?
Oh, I've known Amaka since I think 2011.
Okay.
So that probably makes it 10 years or more. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So tell me something about Amaka.
One thing that I admire about Amaka is that her ability to like change and morph into different things. Like we met in law school, and then she said, oh, she wants to be a chef, and then she moved to Paris, and then she moved to Abu Dhabi. So I think for me, I can't think of something funny, but that's one thing I admire about her.
So at the point she moved from law into culinary,
Yeah.
So what did you think? What came to mind for you?
It was just interesting. I just thought, oh, that's interesting. Like from law to culinary, and she used to do these dinners for us where we would come to her house in Isheri, and she would cook for us, and she would try different things, or we'll go to our friend Damsel's house, and like those times were so great because it was sort of at the beginning of her journey, and we sort of were with her to see that, and now to see where she is, and like having creating a menu in a restaurant in Abu Dhabi and opening up a second restaurant. So like it's been a journey, and I'm just so proud of her. I think that's what.
As a long-time friend, have you seen Amaka in her downtime, and how were you able to give the necessary support?
I think like Omaka doesn't dwell, which is what that's why she's a good friend. Like she might be down, but she's still like active. You won't know that she's so sad, and
she doesn't show it.
Yeah, she just moves on. Like, oh, something's happening, I'm just gonna move on. So yeah.
So your wish for them?
I wish you guys lots of happiness and love, and that you continue to be friends, and that this marriage will be like the most amazing thing that both of you have ever done. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Alright, again, I have another friend of the bride, Kemi or Jenike. Hello, Kemi.
Hi.
So pleased to have you.
Thank you.
Tell us about the bride.
Okay, I've known the bride since 2006.
Okay.
We went to school together, and she's pretty amazing. I've sort of seen her evolve. Like, she's very committed to whatever she's doing, very willing to try new things. Such a good friend, and it was just such an honor to be here to celebrate with her. I'm really excited to be here to witness today.
So you would agree with me that marriages, of course, are not always a beautiful roses. There could be downtime and all of that. How do you want to encourage this newlywed couple to carry on whenever they have any challenges or something?
Well, I think essentially taking it on as any important project that you would, understanding that it's a lifetime commitment, and giving it your best, being willing to let go of certain things, being willing to compromise, and communicating, ensuring that they understand each other and they listen to each other. I believe that with that, and by the grace of God, I'm sure there's no storm that they cannot weather together. I wish them every success. I wish them abundance, bliss, joy. I wish them resilience. I wish them just everything good that marriage has to offer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Kemi is wishing you guys everything good. And so now I have with me Damisola Akolade, a friend of the bride,
Yes,
right?
that is
Hello,
correct.
Damisola.
Damisola.
So Damisola,
Yes.
let's go into it. Tell me about the bride.
I've been friends with Amaka since 2006, so that makes 18 years now or so. And she's been an absolutely wonderful friend. We've known each other through poverty and career changes. Amaka is one of the few people I know that is very brave and determined. After our law school period and NYC, Amaka, at the age of, in her 20s, decided she wanted to be a chef, and she took it on with full force. Started from the beginning. That's one of the best things about her. She's very humble. She doesn't mind learning from scratch.
As a friend of 18 years, you experienced the poverty and everything, the progress all together. Could you share a particular moment during the hard time that you can forget?
Well, when I said poverty, we're
not necessarily poor.
We just
Yeah,
didn't
we
have
get that, But it's not the same if you want to look at it.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I would say that we've had experiences where we've had to make sacrifices. So one of the things would be in university, if one of us was broke, the other person would feed us. And then Amaka also started using us as catering practicals.
I see.
And she would invite a bunch of us over to either my house or our house and host and cook for us. So it's been a wonderful friendship over the years.
So your wish for the newlywed couple?
My wish is for you guys to have a wonderful marriage, have a lot of fun. As you are, you see perfection in each other already. So maintain the magic. Don't let life get in your way, and keep on improving and just being the best you can be.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I love that part. Maintain the magic. And now it's time for the in-laws. Yeah, we'll be having them coming in one after the other. Right here I have with me Ese, a sister-in-law to the bride. Hello, Ese.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. So tell me how you feel today.
I feel excited. I feel overjoyed. I'm grateful to God for this day. This day we've been planning and now we are here. I can't express how joyful I feel.
So as a sister-in-law, what has been the experience with the bride?
With the bride. Wow. My experience, she's very fun. She's very jovial. She's very caring, very kind, easy to speak to. She listens to you. She's very calm in everything, even throughout the wedding planning, very calm. Yeah, have a very calm personality. Yeah.
So as an experienced person, you were married for a couple of years.
Yes.
You would have one experience or the other already that you think, perhaps I'm not supposed to have addressed this in this particular way. Such would you like to advise them in advance?
Okay. So my advice would be before you speak, think, because sometimes when you are angry, words can just come out and then you regret it afterwards. So whatever you do, always think before you speak. That's my advice. Think before you speak.
Think before you speak. That's very crucial. So your wish for them?
My wish for them. My wish for you is that you have a joyful, blissful, fun, exciting marriage. Marriage has ups and downs, but remember that through your difficulties, work through it together. And like I always tell you, always remember that God is the first. Once you put God in your marriage, everything else is secondary. I wish you all the best. I wish you a life of fun, happiness, lot of experience, and I pray that your marriage will be as joyful and as fruitful as mine has been for the past 5 years. And I want to say congratulations to Omaka and Gus, and I pray that God will sustain, keep you, and I can't wait to carry your baby.
And you want to go for Uber, right?
Of course.
All right.
Uber, yeah, we come.
Uber, here she comes. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In case you're just joining us, this is Souq podcast, and like I always say we take it right from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. Well, I remain Grace Komolafe, but my name hasn't changed yet. And I have the brother of the groom. Yes, let the men do their thing this time. It's my ladies. It's time for the men to do the talking. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I want you to start by telling us your name.
So my name is Cyril Ojotule Acholo. I'm the older brother of the group.
Great. So tell me about your brother. Or you tell me.
About my brother. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I've known him his whole life. He's one of my favorite people, obviously. Very, very fun, very kind-hearted, very... just a great person, I'd say, generally. And I'm not just saying that because he's my brother. You can see all the people that showed up to support him today. And obviously I'm very proud of him and proud of Amaka, of course.
Okay, so a lot of people have actually talked about, say so many beautiful things about the bride, about the groom. But because he's a brother, so
right.
I'm sure you already know everything from brother, even till today.
Right.
So tell me about those naughty parents, those naughty.
Okay. Yes, very naughty. He was a very naughty child. Yes.
Okay,
we had a lot of fun growing up. We got into a bit of trouble now and then, but it was always a good time with the family. And I mean, I would spill too much beans about him, but he's always been the baby of the house. So he's actually the youngest of my parents. So he's always the baby of the house. So he got away with a lot of things. So you can see how free he is now because, But all jokes aside, he was a great brother, a great kid growing up. We went to school together as well. So, we kind of spent all that time together, both at home and at school. And, nothing but positive things to say about him. He always brought life to whatever situations we were in. Yes.
Okay, so let's get a bit serious. Let's talk about support. How much of support do you think a couple need to keep them going, especially from the family?
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they will tell you they need all the support they can get. I think that's always the case. I think everybody does, regardless of your circumstances. I think for them in particular, they do need the support, I'd say, of their family, obviously, their friends, their whole community. I think they have that already. They seem to, at least, I think it's pretty much on display here today. And I think my advice to them would be to continue to rely on that going forward, right? They're going to need it. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, but even when things are going smoothly, it's always good to have people around you can turn to and who will celebrate with you and rejoice with you in the good times. So, my advice to them is to continue to take advantage of that as long as they have it. I wish them all the best. I wish them continued love and happiness and success in all their endeavors. Long life, blessings in their family, all the things they wish for themselves, basically prosperity, health, all of that love, and many more years of joy and blessings.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you. And now the very main man of today, the man of the day. Of course, no other person but the groom. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How do you feel being weathered today? Please tell us.
As my people say, it's an auspicious day.
Okay.
So what can I do? I'm just happy to be here, They say you go and you find a wife and you found a good thing.
That's it.
I found a good thing and they said, do right by her. So, I'm actually...
And you just did.
I'm excited.
So tell me, what was that attraction? What attracted the both of you together?
I don't want to show you some secret messages that were shown, but it was attraction at first viewership. I saw her and I said, you know what? This is the one, this is the person, and thanks be to God, we're here.
So I've actually interviewed a couple of people, your friend, her friends, and all of that, and somebody actually mentioned that at some point they didn't believe you guys were going to get married. Kind of really surprised that, wow, are they really getting married? So tell me, aside the fact that you decided to take that decision, were there any point where you feel, maybe it's not just the right step to take?
Oh no, the point was never with her. It was with me and marriage to begin with. But
I see.
you know, as you grow, you mature, and you start making realizations and coming to key moments, and the minute
Things
I
you
crossed
don't
the threshold
want
of
to miss.
time
So the first story that's wrapping up, we're talking about Naira as he trades at the level, of 1,500 at the black market. Oh, what a surprise! Yeah, the Naira has decided to turn up and flex some muscles, reaching its strongest levels in an official market this year. Apparently, all it took was a combination of improved market fundamentals. However, this is what the Central Bank of Nigeria has been doing. There has been some ongoing reforms which have obviously been working wonders. In case you missed the black market, what kind is enough to offer you the privilege of exchanging dollars at 1,500? However, on Tuesday,
okay, our best food.
I like this. But this isn't bad. What do you want?
This is
What's
not
the truth?
accepted.
What's
But
the
like,
truth?
we're just gonna let it go. So,
Yes,
where do you see yourself?
All right, I'm a blue freak.
Say no more than 5, 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, record. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sorry. Record. Once you are ready, tell us when to start. Let's go. Oh yeah, press record. Let's go.
Happy with my wife. Hopefully, maybe 1 or 2 children.
We pray for
God wants to bless us.
Jesus be.
Again, depending on how, if God wants to give me 4 or 5, He should give me like 4 or 500 million.
Okay.
So it's 4 or 5 more patience.
That's it. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your call.
I'm saying at the right place,
Wish
right?
you a very beautiful marriage. Thank you. All right. All right, again, and I have with me another friend of the group. His name is Desmond. Hello, Desmond.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
Do you have like a
And
cap
how
you want to
it's
be
been
using? You can be using it.
Married.
I'm really happy for your birthday.
This is one. It's a beautiful morning from us at Souq Television. And how is your day going, our beautiful viewers? You know we got mad love for you. Today's Wednesday, the 12th of February, 2025. And I believe your week is going well. My name is Swift Aderito, and I'm here to tell you something you don't want to miss. So first of all, Naira trades at its highest in 2025 at nearly 1,500 at the black market. What a surprise, that's its lowest, I mean. And the Nigerian Naira has decided to show up and flex its muscles, reaching its strongest level, and the unofficial price at the black market this year apparently is 1,500. All it took was a combination of improved market fundamentals. However, this from the central bank's ongoing reforms, which have obviously been working wonders. In case you missed the black market, it was kind enough to offer us the privilege of exchanging dollars at 1,520 Naira early on Tuesday. And this generous and it's exciting. And this new development comes right on the heels of the Nigerian stock market, which despite the treasury bills yielding plundering, it's still somehow drawing its participants to hold on. And there's more, the CBN's brilliant strategies of selling foreign exchange to, or changing, selling the foreign exchange to BDS operatives in a response to the magical drop in FX demands has provided the Naira the balls, which is going to be enough to accumulate to the breakthrough of the impression of 1,500 support line. A year after its dramatic fall, the Naira has finally experienced a rare period of stability with a comeback. It's like a boxer's comeback, and it's almost as if the Naira never left the ring. We're excited about this, and we expect the Naira to keep getting stronger. The next thing I gotta tell you is Nigeria moves up to the 2024 Corruption Perception Index, and we've been ranked 140. No be small nothing at all. You know, Nigeria is making a huge stride, and it's only moved up 5 whole places on the Transparency International 2024 Corruption Perceptions Index. Now, proudly sitting at dazzling 140 out of 180 countries, a whooping 1 point increase in its source from 25 to 26 out of 100. Come on, let's celebrate good news. If the Pekin that's been carrying last have carried first, suddenly you're going to be excited. Means that it's not 100, and it means that we are kind of getting a little bit of corrupt free. We are looking at the euphoria, but here at 26 sounds like a solid. We are definitely trying effort after all the average score since 1996, which has a modest of 21.48 with the highest point of 28% in 2026. So yeah, we are practically on the brink of being the new Switzerland of the world. Just know, a couple of decades behind, Transparency International must be clapping with joy at the progress. Keep it up, Nigeria. This is rare, and we are hoping that by 2020 or by 2030, we could have, left the whole corruption thing. My next story is about MTN. MTN has increased its data price, and all the telecommunication companies are following. There's a 50% hike, and to surprise Nigerians, MTN has decided it's time, to upgrade. Let me upgrade you on the data plans. Thanks to Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), it has actually approved a 50% hike. We now get to enjoy higher prices, so I call it a pleasant surprise. For example, the 1,800 GB monthly plan, or the 1.8 GB monthly plan, which used to go for 1.5, is going to be replacing the whole 1.5 GB plan, and that's now just going to go for 1,000 naira. That's actually amazing. If you're thinking about it, getting 20 GB plan, for now it's going to be almost 7,500, which was 5,500, and that's for a 15 GB plan, and that's a lot. Now at 6,500 instead of 4,500. However, we're looking at it, and it's still, the cherry on top. Text messages have also been upgraded to 6 naira, and this used to be 4 naira before. But don't worry, Airtel Globacom and Nine Mobile are still holding on, and their prices, at least for now, hasn't changed. We haven't noticed anything. Sure, when they do, we hope it's going to be a little reasonable. All right. So my final story for the day is CBN ends 3 free monthly ATM withdrawals for customers using other banks. Okay, now this one is painful. Hold on, wait a minute. So if you with your debit cards, folks, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the CBN, has dropped a bombshell. What would be a routine? You need to start to rethink about your ATM habits. Starting from March 1st, 2025, you will be kissing this 3 free months withdrawal goodbye. When we say, oh yes, okay, it don't go, that's right. The days of using your neighbor's ATM to avoid free, withdrawal limits are done. In a bold move, the central bank has announced the removal of sweet free withdrawals, and peak we all come to take for granted. According to the circular released on February 10th, 2025, all banks and financial institutions will have to comply. It's like CBNs is looking at our carefree attitude for the ATMs and our, lifestyle, and they're like, man, you need to do more online banking. I don't know. Did I hear somebody say it's a lie? Doubting Thomas, don't worry, the memo has been signed by Johnson S. Onaha, someone who definitely has the power to take away free stuff, that was posted on the CBN website on Tuesday, just to make sure everyone knows that come March 1st, ATMs will no longer be free withdrawal. So go check it out, go read on it, so as not to get into a little bit of trouble when you need that extra cash from the ATM weekly venture. Okay? All right. So guys, this is how I wrap up the show. They call me Swift, and dare it. Have a beautiful day, boy.
Long life.
No, I can't do everything. It's test. It's test.
Happiness. And the 20 children, the MC said 2 days ago, We don't want that.
Okay. Oh yeah, come down now. Let's handle
said
that.
4 though.
I'm done.
We want the 2 or 3 that she accepted.
Okay, she
She said 2, I said 3.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. You have something you want to say to beautiful women that are hoping and trusting that someday. Sorry.
Okay, sis.
I'm sorry for you.
Thank you.
My is
You're not finished.
Wow.
Okay.
It's hot in here.
If you want it, you have it. If you want it, that's fine.
You choose. Thank you. It's so good having the both of you at the podcast corner for Souq News Television, and we wish you all the best. Beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are you coming outside?
And again, we'll have another special person at the side of Souq podcast. It's still all about Omaka and Augustine. And she's no other person than Joy Femi Wash. It's pleased to have him. Okay, so because the bride is your niece, I'm sure you have a whole lot to talk about. So share with us about the bride. Okay.
You don't get space. You get space to keep it going.
Oh, great.
Is it still bad?
Yes.
I trained them what they call education. They started learning how to speak. They started learning how to read from his auntie that never forgets.
Wow, that's so amazing. And tell me, those days while growing up, did you really see the future knowing that something beautiful is going to come out from such a child?
Yes, because she's a child to be when she was born, when looking at her, she was very beautiful and she was very promising. She's intelligent, very capable. Whatever she wants, she will find it. And she grew up in my hand as a baby. She became my chief bridesmaid.
Oh, that's good.
Chief bridesmaid.
Oh my!
And aside from that, the mother and the father, the one that gave me education, what they call, they sent me to university, trained me in university. What I am today can become.
That's great.
And they love their aunt. And aside from that, I know from my heart of my heart.
That's great. That's really good to hear, I must say. So, because you have a lot of experience now, you've been married for years. So what advice do you have for this newlywed couple?
Okay. Patience, dedication, determination, investment. They should invest into their marriage. Investment in the sense that they should love each other. They should support each other. They should work to get the best for each other. It shouldn't be a salary. They should work in harmony, trusting each other, believing that whatever each one has is for them.
So your wish for them?
My wish for them is that we live a blissful marriage, married with families, married that we will have children. That's the wish. Because it's what they desire.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you coming around. Thank you for all the good works you've actually been doing, and also for raising Omaka. Thank you so much. And again, we have Marvelous Orubo here with us to talk about the bride. Because he's a brother to the bride, actually. Hello, Marvelous.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Tell me how excited you are.
I'm actually excited. I'm elated, actually. I'm happy, filled up with joy, and a lot of energy as well. I'm just storing it for when it's necessary to actually express myself. I am actually.
Okay, so tell us about Omaka.
Omaka. Amaka, like her name says, right? Amaka, like she's very pretty. She's pretty. She will catch your attention from anywhere, right? She's happy. She's filled up with energy. She has a very strong personality, so she stands out. Very expressive. She's not one that you can just shut down or put aside, and like she's the menu, like she's the entire menu, right?
So but was there a time that you felt like, oh, Amaka, I really don't like this, and you feel very unhappy with her?
Yes, we've had moments, right, which is normal with family, right? We've had moments, lots of it growing up, especially since she's my older sister, right? I'm the one following her. Like after her, it's me. So we had moments, right? We went to the same primary school, Maryland Comprehensive, and then we both went to Air Force. Okay. I joined Air Force GSS2. She was already in senior secondary. So I was in Air Force for 2 years, and she was as well in Air Force. And maybe the Air Force team as well actually was part of the process, because she was part of the cadets then.
I see.
Yeah, we would go out, and then during the period of, I forgot what they called it, but we had this march pass, and she would have to dress up in her military attire. And then back then, I'm not shy to say this, but she used to lap me, right? And so we're sort of close, but we had our moments too where we had them. Like you said, we had differences, right? And those differences, which was normal. I'm a guy, right? And she's a lady. There will be times where she wants me to do things, and I have like my own stuff like that, basically. So we had our differences. There were times where I found it annoying, and like I said, she has a very strong personality, so she's not the type that you want to shove aside, like, right? So yeah, we had differences growing up in school, but I always appreciated her. Like I valued her a lot, especially that period where like she sort of paved the way for me, right? Coming into secondary school, like she had friends in senior secondary, and you're Amaka's brother, and I used to always meet up with her friends, and we always used to go home together. So yeah.
Alright, now Amaka is married. How do you feel?
I'm happy. At the same time, I'm actually very happy for her, right? Because it's something that I always used to pray about, right? That she finds someone that complements her, basically, because she has a very strong personality. She's hardworking, she's diligent, she's smart, she reads a lot of books. So growing up, she always used to read a lot, like, and then she's also a lawyer, so like, so she speaks, like, she's expressive, right? And she's very fluent in speaking, right? So my prayer was always for her to find someone that complements her, right? A man that complements her, right? And seeing us, I just totally understood, okay, I see why he's the one, right? Because he does compliment her. Like, so even when she's tense, because she does a lot, right? She's a chef, right? So her personality would always come out, but there's that, you need someone that's there for you, right? For those times where she has it all. She has it all structured, right? But there will be times where she might tend to fall apart, right? It's only normal for a human, right? Yeah, so there's someone that would be there to comfort her and just pull her together, right? That supportive personality, right?
So your wish for them today?
My wish for them today is the love that they have found, I pray never ceases to or never disappears, right? I see the way they look at each other, that spark. And like I said, the personality is the key to it all, right? Finding someone that's your friend. I'm wishing them a happy married life, right? I'm wishing them success, I'm wishing them growth, I'm wishing them understanding, right? Love, passion, friendship. They should never lose out on, right? They should always remember how they started, the moments, the laughters, the downtimes, right? Because there will definitely be, right? And there will be more in the future, right? But the friendship is what will bond them together and keep them strong, waxing very strong. So I wish them a very happy and happy home. Lots of wishes that they wish for themselves. I also wish it for them as well, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you very much. The energy here today has been super amazing, right from guests, friends of the couples, and even the couples themselves. It's been so amazing. But you know what? We just have to say goodbye. And so as we're calling it a close on Souq podcast today, I want to remind you that you can reach out to us for all of your full video coverage. And of course, you want a podcast session like this at your event, we are fully available. You can just reach out to us via the number on your screen or through our social media platforms. Once again, I am Grace Komolafe, and until next time, we see you again.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvests, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, There are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So, to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having that 3/1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have one or two issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. it's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company, in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world, and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge.
Those particular things you've been hearing over time that
in terms of
just gets you off your rockers once you hear natural medicine. Then we'll get some closure from experts. When I mean experts, I mean professors,
at
the best in
the
their
moment of that need.
Then we will get to the CEO's decks. Now, for every of this bit and element of this particular program, you have to sit tight and experience it.
Sound to my kids
full
at all
home
times.
cooked delivery.
Recognize needs.
We'll get to travel across cultures and states to discover how these natural wonders have and can support your well-being. So whether you are looking to boost your immunity, whether you are looking to ease stress or simply connect with nature, Natural Remedies Plus is here to guide you.
And you can do it.
Don't go anywhere. Because in today's episode, we will be seeking answers to the question, how did we get here? So grab a cup of tea, grab a cup of coffee, and for a favorite nice person, grab that beautiful herbal brew, sit back, join us on this journey into the heart of natural medicine. Because when it comes to health, sometimes the best solutions are the ones that have always been there all along.
One thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from the Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot.
Austin, I need your help. My light, my eyes is going off because of the light.
If nothing happened. And carry on. that stuff for me. And I hope I'll be able to.
Oh, thank you very much, Austin.
You need the space remaining. I'll be able to.
Okay, thank you.
Copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training.
Okay, call it.
Be a better person.
Hello and welcome to Natural Remedies Plus. This program where we explore the timeless wisdom of traditional medicine. Yes, you heard me right. Traditional medicine. Now, for thousands of years, our ancestors have turned to Mother Earth's natural bounty to heal, to nourish, to rejuvenate the body and mind. Not just any abstract thing. Mind, yours, and those that existed before us. Now, let's ask ourselves this reality check. At what point did we lose this knowledge? This besties? Now this program, Natural Remedies Plus, points us back to that direction, as we will be highlighting the Nigeria Natural Medicine Development Agency. Now for those that are wondering who are this, they've been here for
Don't let the men scare you off.
And now they are tasked with curation, teaching, preservation, and development of natural medicine in Nigeria. So it doesn't matter the part of the world or the globe where you're watching us from, because you will stay tuned to this program. This is more like a staple, a regular. You won't want to miss it. You also get to know this agency more and get to see them every single time on your screen. Today we'll ask this question. How did we get here?
Prayer. Everybody.
We've talked about ancestors. We've talked about knowledge. Now let's talk about present day.
My God is a just
How did we get to a point where we've had that disconnect between the remedies, the knowledge, the wisdom of those that came before us, and what we now practice?
Is a fair God.
Now, in our quest in bringing that ancient knowledge to your smartphones for those that are always on the move, and to your living rooms, to everyone that will be watching us from a big screen,
favorite food,
blending tradition with modern science, and help us live healthier, a balanced life. Yes, but first we have to retrace our steps.
I tell you,
in each episode of this particular program, we will dive into the fascinating world of medicinal plants. Yes, you heard me. For those of you that know Panadol better than the bitter leaf behind your house, we'll uncover the streets and also have them tell us what they know about traditional medicine.
My favorite color is green.
Then for those particular myths that have been flying upright center that you think is true, we will lay them to rest. Then we'll get a closure from experts. And when we say experts, we're talking about the best in their field when it comes to research and development. To be specific, professors, research fellows,
as loud as
and the chief medical officers of one of the biggest hospitals when it comes to this region called Africa.
Conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show, today we have another special guest like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi Flame. Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
Life of a loader, all of this stress I've been under. Rather my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking.
In this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church and he will come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, okay. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No, he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the crap, give up on busking, not on music, again, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. Yeah. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
Learn about the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get. He's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own boss game, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi. You're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right? Yeah. I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay,
Tejo
that's
Show Yaba.
With the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because I can't really say it.
Come on, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information it's privileged information, as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10k to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today, and tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they're always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, come on. Because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So you play the any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So
you just come
and we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to
because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking
outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place because I know there's a road in front.
That road
is on the side.
That road's in front. Yeah, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice and I've been...
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you... Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. Mm-hmm. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find at seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
the ceremony, it's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
I got 3 notes.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic? Or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't, it's not as I'm led, I'm strategic about it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time ago, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. Yeah. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home. So it's like a decorative piece. Right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019 and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
I've been no friend to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See, I ain't no forget you. Say, I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the money don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for that. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's
Please.
not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Because he wants to see it. I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, there should be I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
you have to keep
boring.
upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People are
saying people that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too. Doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the street, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up. She walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly. He might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
True. He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Call me Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look,